also for adding to existing parts that, in a way that's freeform. The technology is similar to many manufacturing processes, but also very different. And so it's this aspect that I hope to be able to explore this week with the with directed energy deposition. It's a powder-based process, and again, it's a process that it's been around for 20 years at least, and certainly it's an area that I think we will be excited to explore. So again, thank you very much for the opportunity, to the organizers, and I'm very happy to and excited to look forward to presenting these lectures and interacting with people in the course as well. So thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your valuable insights. I now invite Professor B. Raghuram Reddy to present an overview of the Gian course on bringing synergy across different transit modes in India by addressing challenges for sustainable transport modes.
Chief guest of today's inaugural function, Professor Naveen Periodu and Professor David Goddard, and Honorable Director or In-charge Director, Professor Gian Vinod, and the Dean IRA, and the local coordinator of the GAN, Professor S. Srinivas Rao, and In-charge Head of the Department, Professor S. Shankar, and the Mechanical Department, Professor Y. Ravikumar, my fellow coordinator of the Professor M. Manigera, and all the faculty members in the Civil Engineering Department and Mechanical Department, and my dear participants and the students. A very good morning to all of you. I welcome you all on the behalf of the Civil Engineering Department for the GAN course on bringing synergy across the different transit modes in India by addressing challenges for sustainable transport modes. So, as we know, the public transports in India might be including of the buses and the metro, monorail, and the different category of the transit system, as well as the paratransit system like auto rickshaw, as well as the other category of the modes. But all these category of the modes generally not integrated together. So once it is integrated, there are different category of the problems can be solved. These problems might be accessibility as well as the congestion and the environmental. So with that, we thought of to conduct a GAN course to how to integrate these categories of the public transit system in India by addressing of the challenges towards the sustainable transport mode. When I contacted the Professor Naveen Periodu and he has agreed for that, so with that we started initiated this program. So this motivated to the conducting of this GAN course on the bringing of the synergy across the different transit modes in India by addressing of all the sustainable transport modes. So in the coming 5 days, so this GAN course will be covering of the different categories of the content, that is the current state of the public transport in India, in the transit system in the Indian context, and the transit system analysis using the different categories of the data, and current state and practice of the different transit data collection system, and the advanced data analytic approaches for the transit system analysis and the hands-on practice with respect to the unavailable transit data, and also the modeling including of the machine learning models. So those who are interested in the transportation as a practitioner and the academicians or the researchers, this course will be opportunity to improve and update the knowledge for them. And it is our privilege that in these 5 days we will be having an opportunity to hear from the Professor Naveen Periodu. So once again, I welcome you all who have come across from the different parts of the country. So thank you all.
Thank you, sir, for the detailed and informative presentation. Next, I request Professor Shankar, In-charge Head of the Department, to provide an overview of the Department of Civil Engineering. Over to you, sir.
Dignitaries from the dais, faculty members, and participants, good morning to all of you, and I welcome you all to the Native Volunteer campus. The Iran Department of Civil Engineering has given me his role. He is occupied other program. So I take this opportunity to introduce the Department of Civil Engineering. The Department of Civil Engineering is one of the prestigious department in India, established in 1959. Currently, the department offers around 7 post-graduation programs in the structural engineering, transport engineering, water resource, environmental, and the geoinformatics. And the department also offers a BTech in civil engineering. And in addition to this, the department is also offers a full-time and part-time PhD programs, and we have a very expensive faculty members. The department emphasizes the fundamental and advanced aspects of civil engineering, and department also has all the state-of-the laboratories, those for the structural engineering, geotechnical, transportation, and the fluid mechanics and GS-based computation modeling, and also cutting-edge research and practical learning things in the department. The CE department, apart from the teaching, the research and development also actively involved, and which adds up to the institutional internal revenue generation and involves faculty members of the students in the challenging field of the civil engineering. There are about the 6 centers of excellences in the department, and most of them have a state-of-the-art of the laboratory and cutting-edge technologies. So apart from the teaching and research, the faculty members also actively involved in the sponsored projects. Now a prestigious project like a Spark, BRICS, Imprint, DFT, SERB, ADB, etc. And the department has taken pride in having conducting the higher number of GAN and the Spark programs. Finally, the department meeting has done a MOU with a reputed organization like National in the NAC, NCBM, voluntary, SCCL. And also at the international level, we have an MOU with to name something is the XR, A&M, and NCR Colorado, PDB Group, Germany, etc. So with this, I thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for shedding light on the department's strength and contributions. I now invite Professor Raghuram Fidali to give a brief introduction of our international faculty, Professor Naveen Elu.
Professor Naveen Elu is a professor and a graduate program director in the Department of Civil and Environmental and Construction Engineering at the University of Central Florida. So he employs the quantitative and the qualitative analysis and relying on his expertise in the economic models and optimization and microsimulation techniques to understand the contribution of the transportation system to our communities, mobility, energy consumption, and the resilience and the environment. He has supervised more than 21 PhDs till date, and his research is received funding of the $15 million US. And the funding agencies such as like the National Science Foundation, Federal Highway Administration, and the National Cooperative Highway Research Program, and the US Department of Transportation, and the Canadian Institute of Health and Research, and so on. So he has published more than 179 articles. So in the premium journals of the transportation, such as the accident and loss prevention, analytical methods in accidents, and the energy and building and transportation parts like air to air. And his research has been widely cited in the Google Scholar. The scholar citations are more than 12,700 and HNDs of 57. And he received a paper award from the multiple transportation board committees in the PRB. So with that, I welcome you all. I welcome you, Professor Naveen sir, for this Gian program. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir, for this brief introduction. Please join me in welcoming Professor Naveen Elu, our Chief Guest and International Faculty, to address the gathering. Over to you, sir.
Good morning, everybody. On the previous stage, Gian Director, Local Land Coordinator, HODs from Civil and Mechanical. It's an immense pleasure for me to be at NIT Warangal. Growing up, I come from a small town in West Bengal. Growing up, NIT Warangal was the institution to go to. So growing up, told, okay, my dad used to tell me, and said that was what it was when I was young, and you had to do well in that, and REC was my goal. So again, until 10th class, I did not know about LIT, but then I went to IIT there. But it's very nice to be here. It's my first time at NIT Warangal, so I'm very happy to be here. And also, Dr. Borel, here, Borel is from UT Austin. That's where I did my PhD. So it's actually very fortunate that he is here, and it's a nice event for me to look at. So coming to the Gian course, again, I would like to thank Dr. Raghuram Fidali for initiating conversation, working with me, and managing the expectations of the proposal, which is a little challenging here. The intent of the course is to understand how we can analyze public transit systems in India. I come from the United States where we work, where public transit is usually the last option. People who don't have a car are forced to use it. That's the option in most southern cities in the United States. In India, we have a chance to ensure we don't get there. A lot of Indians use public transit. Again, some of them are captive, but some of them do it because it's actually more efficient than driving in cities. For example, the metros that we're building in India can potentially ensure that public transit doesn't become a captive mode per se. So for that, there's a lot of effort that has to go in from the academic and practitioner community to ensure public transit remains a mode of choice, not just a captive mode. So one of the things that we're looking at here is we want to see what is currently working, what is ensuring that people are using these modes quantitatively. Qualitatively, again, we know what we need to do to make sure the quality of the infrastructure is good, but what we're looking at is quantitatively how we can address that so we can predict in the future as things change how public transit will evolve with them. And how can we maintain, India is a very aspirational country right now, so we need to make sure people look at public transit positively. We don't want them to think of it as, oh, I'm taking public transit because I don't have any other option. Only if you can maintain that aspirational avenues, people will continue to use public transit, not just increasing vehicles, buying more cars. It's fine. People should own cars as they want to and as they use it. But if we can maintain good share of public transit adoption, it will ensure we are contributing to the environment more positively rather than polluting it. So some of these things depend on analytical methods. So what we'll focus on in this course while introducing the state of the art in the US, state of the art here, and across the world, we will focus on different approaches that we can use to study current public transit systems so that we can learn quantitatively and employ those quantitative models to improve public transit in India and also teach those methods to students in practice. So that would be the focus of my Gian course, and I'm really looking forward to working with the different students and participants in the methods. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your enriching thoughts and global perspective. We will now hear a few words from Professor S. Srinivas Rao, Dean of International Relations and Alumni Affairs and Local Gian Coordinator. Over to you, sir.
Respected Director in charge, Professor Gian, R&D experts, David Goren, Professor of Mechanical Engineering and Material Science and Engineering at the University of Texas, Austin, is currently the Temple Foundation Professor. Professor Naveen Eluru, Professor in Department of Civil, Environmental and Construction Engineering, University of Central Florida, USA, and Professor Y. Ravi Kumar, Head, Department of Mechanical Engineering, and Professor K. Shankar, in charge, Head, Department of Civil Engineering, Course Coordinators, Professor M. Manjaya, Professor K. Raghuram, and my dear participants, research scholars, faculty, and students of the Department of Civil Engineering and Department of Mechanical Engineering, and all the faculty of other departments, and all the invitees for this 5-day Gian course of Civil and Mechanical Engineering. Good morning to all of you. I warm welcome to both the professors to India and also to NIT Warangal campus. We enjoy the campus life. It is very much green, and the temperature is also comfortable for you, sir, to stay definitely will be comfortable at NIT Warangal campus. So myself, I am Professor Srinivas Rao, Professor in Department of Electrical Engineering. Now I am looking after Dean International Relations and Alumni Affairs, and I am also the local coordinator of this Gian course. And so this is Dean International Relations and Alumni Affairs Office. We look after the international related activities such as Gian, this global initiative of academic networks, SPARK, Scheme for Promotion of Academic Research and Collaboration, UK India Foundation, UK India Education and Research Initiative, Heritage, Erasmus, BRICS, DAD, METAX, and many other international programs. And our center also, our Dean office also operates two centers, the Center for International Relations and Center for Alumni Relations. Along with these activities, NIT Warangal is working sincerely for availing all possible collaborations with various international universities and institutions for collaborative research, faculty exchange programs, student exchange programs, and dual degree programs with the constant and continuous encouragement and direction given by our esteemed director, Professor Vidyadhar Subbu. Regarding this Gian program, the Government of India has initiated this Gian program in 2015, aimed at tapping the talent pool of scientists and entrepreneurs internationally to engage their engagement with institutes of higher education in India, so as to augment the country's existing academic resources, accelerate the pace of quality reforms, and elevate India's scientific and technological capacity to global excellence. Proposed objectives of this Gian program is to increase the footfall of reputed international faculty in Indian academic institutes, provide opportunity to Indian faculty to learn and share knowledge and teaching skills in cutting-edge technologies, to provide opportunity for Indian students to seek knowledge and experience from reputed international faculty, to create avenue for possible collaborative research with international faculty, to increase the participation and presence of international students in the academic institutes, opportunity for the students for different universities and institutions to interact and learn subjects in the most advanced areas through collaborative learning process, provide opportunity for the technical personnel from Indian industry to improve understandings and update their knowledge in the relevant areas, motivate the best international experts in the world to work on problems related to India, develop high quality course materials in advanced areas in the form of video recording and live webcast so that it can be used by large body of the faculty and students not only in India throughout the world. So this Gian after initiation of this Gian in 2015, the Gian 3 phases were successfully conducted. Various courses were sanctioned over NIT Warangal. This is the Gian phase 4 programs are going on. So total courses for all these 4 programs, 4 phases were sanctioned to NIT Warangal are 113. And we have conducted 108 courses successfully. These 2 courses, we had 110 courses, completion of these 2 courses, we had 110 courses, and 3 courses are yet to be conducted. And total fund sanction for all these 4 phases is around 8 crores. In phase 1 was initiated during 2015-16, and 27 programs were sanctioned with a budget of 1.87 crores. In this, electronics and communication engineering department 2 courses, electrical and electronics 1, chemical engineering 5, materials and metallurgical engineering 1, chemistry 2 courses, computer science and engineering 2 courses, civil engineering 8 courses, mechanical engineering 2 courses, and mathematics 1 course were conducted successfully in phase 1 out of 27 programs. In phase 2, it was initiated in 2017-18. We have successfully conducted 41 courses with a budget of 2.5 crores. In this, electronics and communication engineering department 2, electrical and electronics engineering 3, chemical engineering 7 programs, so computer science and engineering 1, civil engineering 12, mechanical engineering 11, mathematics 2, and physics 2 courses were successfully conducted. In phase 3, sanctioned in 2013 and 2019-23 due to Corona, the period was extended to 2019-23. These 21 courses were conducted. Some are online courses with a budget of 1.4 crores. In this, electronics and communication engineering department 2, electrical and electronics engineering 2, chemical engineering 2, materials and metallurgical engineering 1, chemistry 1, computer science engineering 3, civil engineering 5, mathematics 3 courses were conducted. In phase 4, phase 4 2024, it is sanctioned, and by this July, all the 24 courses are to be completed with a sanctioned budget of 1.75 crores. In this, civil engineering department 4, electronics and communication engineering 6, electrical and electronics engineering 7, the computer science engineering 1, mechanical engineering 4, mathematics 1, and physics 1 courses were sanctioned in this. The countries involved in these all Gian straight courses are the USA, Australia, Singapore, England, UK, Germany, France, Canada, Denmark, Italy, Slovakia, Sweden, Belgium, Taiwan, Russia, Romania, Europe, Finland, Malaysia, and countries in the Middle East, Japan, Portugal, Greece, Norway, Trinidad and Tobago. Our special thanks to Director IIT Hyderabad and National Coordinator Dr. Anil Agarwal and the team who are associated with Gian Phase 4 at IIT Hyderabad for the speeding up of the review process and sanctioning the budget for conducting the courses well in advance and monitoring the programs conducted here through the live webcast. Our special thanks to them for closely monitoring the programs, academic as well as financial matters. In Gian Phase 4, it is mandatory to record the lectures and also live webcast the lectures for the benefit of large teaching and research community across the country. And so we are supposed to share this web link to the relevant people so that they can also watch it. As a constraint, we cannot accommodate so many people. Maximum participants each course is only 50. So for the benefit of remaining people who are interested in the area also can watch it. And the live webcast. All the participants are having the live webcast link that you can share to the relevant people so that they can also get exposure to the subjects and topics delivered by the international experts. Till now, 19 courses were successfully conducted and 3 courses are yet to be conducted. 3 courses are yet to be conducted within 1.5 months duration. Regarding this course, the repair and manufacturing of parts with directed energy deposition and bringing synergy across different transit modes in India by addressing challenges for sustainable transport modes by conducted with the Department of Mechanical Engineering and Department of Civil Engineering. These 2 topics are very much relevant to our country. Now, along with the Gian programs in our country, Make in India and Made in India programs are very successfully running. So the knowledge acquired from these courses can definitely use for speeding up of the Make in India and Made in India programs. And we all know that our country having a huge population, with reference to population, we are the number 1, and also the number of working age group of people throughout the world is also more in our country. So these working age people are definitely they are supposed to move from the house to workplaces. So the transport is we have to find the solutions, simple solutions, and the convenience of the people who are traveling by using public transport or private transport by attending the lectures and getting exposure to the international experts. So all the faculty as well as the participants who are listening to the people can think towards our making our transportation system in India very simple and easy, and it will be so that it will be beneficial for the country as a whole. I wish you all the best to the coordinators. And once again, I thank both the foreign experts for entertaining our faculty to submit Gian proposals. And I also thank the Government of India for scrutinizing these by observing the merit of the content of these programs and sanctioning these courses to NIT Warangal. After attending these courses, definitely all of you will be getting the exposure to the international faculty, and a lot of knowledge sharing is going to happen. We can interact with the faculty and international faculty, not only in the transport time during tea break and lunch break and for 24 hours for 5 days a year, according to their convenience, we can discuss with them and try to get as much knowledge as possible from these 2 experts. I once again thank all the participants for showing interest to attend the Gian course, private day Gian course at NIT. Wish you all the best to all of you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your thoughtful remarks. I now request our director in charge, Professor Venu Vinod, to kindly address the gathering.
Good morning. Professor David Bowder and Professor Naveen Eluru, heads of the department, the coordinators, the faculty of the institute, and participants. So again, welcome to the inaugural session of the 2 Gian programs. At the outset, I thank on behalf of the institute and on behalf of the director, Professor Subudhi, Dr. David Bowder and Dr. Naveen Eluru for accepting our invitation and taking all the way to NIT Warangal. Thank you, both of you. I am A. Venu Vinod, Professor of Chemical Engineering and Dean Faculty Welfare. Today, officiating for the director, because our director is busy somewhere else. So, coming to these 2 programs, I congratulate both the coordinators and the departments. These 2 are the biggest departments in the institute, civil and mechanical. They started with the institute started with them, right? 1959, civil, mechanical, and electrical.
and they are like on par with many of the departments in IITs and better than the departments in the US IITs, right? So that way, I wish the participants good luck and take advantage of the program being conducted and have interaction with the international faculty. See, the issue is like when somebody in the great list comes to you, don't feel that, right? We have seen such a accomplished faculty, Professor David Borrell and even young Professor Naveen Elluru, but Parise, I think, has got a lot of accomplishments. I was astonished to see the biodata. So, I mean, I feel honored to share that as with you actually. So, when such accomplished people like this, the government India effort, right? Let us imagine that you have to travel and meet them, right? That's not possible. How much expenditure you have to use. So, make full use of the program, and as our dean said, so have interaction with them, right? Yeah. So, I wish the participants good luck. I think the weather is pleasant for both of you. And the only thing, maybe our own faculty and the departments, they should have been posted at least in our WhatsApp group so that other faculty, for instance, if they were aware and maybe have attended the function. Even I didn't know that until I got a call from you. But anyway, having said that, I wish all the participants good luck. Thank you all.
Thank you, sir, for your inspiring leadership and vision for NIT Warangal. I now request our esteemed dignitaries to kindly release the Gian course book titled Repair and Remanufacturing of Parts with Directed Energy Reposition. And bringing synergy across different transit modes in India by addressing challenges for sustainable transport modes. Thank you, everyone. I now request our Director in Charge and Dean IRAA to kindly felicitate our distinguished speakers and international faculty, Professor David Borrell and Professor Naveen Elluru. Thank you, sir. As we conclude today's inaugural event, it's my privilege and honor to deliver the vote of thanks for today's inaugural session of the Gian course. First and foremost, I extend our heartfelt gratitude to Professor Vidyadhar Subudhi Director of NIT Warangal, for his encouragement that has truly set the tone for this academic endeavor, and Director in charge, Professor Venu Vinod, for his support and guidance. A sincere thank you to Professor Srinivasa Rao, Dean International Relations and Alumni Affairs, IRA, and Local Gian Coordinator for his constant guidance. Thank you, sir. A sincere thank you. We are equally grateful to the Head of the Department of Mechanical Engineering, Professor Y. Ravi Kumar, and in charge Head of the Department of Civil Engineering, Professor Shankar, for their support and involvement in organizing the courses. A special word of thanks to our course coordinators, Professor M. Manjaya from the Department of Mechanical Engineering and Professor B. Raghuram Kadari from the Department of Civil Engineering for their dedicated efforts in planning and coordinating these Gian courses seamlessly. A special note of thanks to IIT Hyderabad for sponsoring and enabling the Gian course to take place here at NIT Warangal. Your support is deeply appreciated. We would also like to extend our special thanks to our esteemed international faculty members, Professor David Burrell and Professor Naveen Eluru, for their time, expertise, and invaluable contributions to this program. Our sincere appreciation goes to all the professors, faculty members, and experts whose insights will enrich the learning experience during this program. To all the participants, thank you for your enthusiastic presence and interest in this course. Lastly, a warm thank you to our student coordinators for their tireless efforts behind the scenes, ensuring that every aspect of this event runs smoothly. Thank you all once again for making this event a grand success. Before we conclude, I request all the speakers, professors, and participants of the course bringing synergy across different transit modes in India by addressing challenges for sustainable transport modes to kindly assemble near the dais for a group photograph. I request all the participants to please come forward near the dais. Civil Department.
Sir, free unda. Sir, ready? Sir, wait, ready, smile, sir. Sir, look here, sir. Okay.
Thank you, everyone. I request all the participants to please be seated.
రికార్డ్ అయిపోతున్నారు వెనకనేది ట్రైన్
Thank you, everyone. We will now break for high tea. Kindly
again, just talk about we'll do our introductions and then we'll talk about the class or the plan, how I plan to handle the logistics of the class, and then do an introduction on the overall plan for this course. Okay. So, I will introduce myself.
Yeah, myself, Dr. Raghuram Kadami, Assistant Professor at NIT. Since I'm working here from 2009.
Okay, so we'll go around introducing all those.
Good morning, everyone. My name is B. Chaitanya. I'm an assistant professor from India IT National. And I'm also the part of business scholar in the
Good morning, everyone. My name is Mangal, the scholar from BVD College from North.
My name is Steve Vinay. I'm from URIT National.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Bsadtm. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Prashant from BVRIT National. Good morning, everyone. Myself, Shiva Prakash from assistant professor from SRM University. My name is Abhay.
Hello, everyone. I'm research scholar at NIT Arunachal Pradesh. I am Praveen Kumar. I'm a PG student in NIT Arunachal. I'm a PG student in Gujarat Engineering.
Everyone, my name is Sayom C. I'm interning in NIT.
Hello everyone, my name is Vikas. I'm a PG student in NIT. I'm Rohit Sagar. I'm a PG student in NIT.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Bhargav and I am a PG student.
Good morning, everyone. I am Besa Rajesh from Research Department.
Good morning, sir. I'm Gian and from Institute of Technology. Good morning, everyone. I'm Vidya Khan, research intern under Raghuram sir and from Sri Ram Baba. I'm intern here from the Raghuram sir and pursuing my degree.
Hello, sir. Good morning, everyone. I'm Arvind. Good morning, one and all students here. I'm Vibresh A, assistant professor, ATM College of Engineering, Karnataka.
Okay, welcome everybody to the class. So, in my profile, I talk about I want to briefly discuss my research, what I do, and then I'll go into how it relates to this class. So, uh, what I primarily do is build choice or econometric models. So, we're trying to understand behavioral process. So, it could be a decision process of an individual, it could be a decision process of an agent, such as a household. So, for example, thinking about where to live, that is a decision made by a household. Okay? If there are multiple people in that household, all of them is going to be affected by where he goes to school or where the two people, if they are employed, they are going to work and so on. Whereas if you want to go to a move or not, probably that could be an individual decision at that time. So the agent might change. You might have an individual, you might have a household, you might have larger entities. For example, if you're looking at any planning decisions that are made at a district or state level, the decisions are made by urban regions or agencies. For example, in Telangana, it will be Telangana State Road, Corporate Transport, State Transportation, so on. So all of these, so the agents might change, but when they're making choices, there is a behavioral process that goes into making that choice. We're trying to understand that as a function of different attributes. So we develop choice or econometric models to reflect that. We're trying to replicate how individuals or different agents make choices mathematically. Right? So we know, for example, when you're buying a car, a lower price is better. Yes, we know that. But how does that trade off with space? Or I want a 7-seater versus a 5-seater versus a 4-seater. So what is the cost you're willing to pay to get that extra? There is a trade-off between all of it. Yes, everybody would love to have a bigger car if it's cheap. That is qualitatively known to everybody. What we're trying to do is what is the premium people place on how much extra are they willing to pay for an extra seat in the car. That is what we're trying to do in developing choice or econometric models. We are trying to quantify already known qualitative relationships. Right? So as engineers, we like to put a number on it. We want to know what is the impact of that on. So for example, if you're a car manufacturer, there are people who love having, I think one of the numbers reported is 0 to 100 in 6 seconds, 5 seconds, 8 seconds, whatever that number is. Okay, there are people who will put value on it, there are people who might not. But depending on the understanding that process and ability to capture that segment, right? So if 20% of the people probably would want 0 to 100 in 6 seconds, let's say, they're willing to pay maybe 1 lakh extra for that. So if you can figure that out, then companies can use that to invest resources in different technology. Right? So do they want to bring more space in the car, or they want to make their engines faster in terms of acceleration, deceleration, and so on. So understanding that comes from these models. So my research is focused on what I would call explainable data analytics. So it's not purely prediction based. Right? So if you want to look at different data sets, if you have enough data, you can predict using AI methods or machine learning methods, where the accuracy can be as high as 95%, 98%. So for example, a simple example would be all of you either use Android phones or Apple phones or whatever. If you're using Google Maps or any of these applications, or if it is recording your location, it has trajectories of your last, however old your phone is. So let's say you have a phone for a year, it is recording where you've been every day at any point in time and space. So it has that information. So usually afternoon at 12 o'clock, where will you be? You can predict. Google will be able to predict that, given you give that access to the data, they can predict where will you, maybe in class or at lunch or that. Okay. Now, choice models might not be able to compete with that level of accuracy when you're predicting it with that information. Right? Because in choice models, we don't use that. We can use long data set, but the prediction abilities are around 70 to 80%. But now you move. Let's say you are in Warangal, you finish your degree, you got a job, you go to a new city. Then Android or Google Maps data is new. So it cannot do a good job predicting because it's trying to match your performance in the last 6 months or 1 year. So it does well when the context remains the same. When the context changes, until you build enough data, these machine learning models or any of these models don't do a good job in predicting behavior. But our emphasis here is understanding why you are going to. So we're looking at this class from 6:30 to 8 o'clock, or 9:30 to 11 o'clock. So if we recognize that, we can predict based on your work and travel history. So you have employment. So if I know that you are employed at a particular location, a choice model can recognize that behavior and incorporate that and build a better model even when a context switches. So the accuracy, when there is infinite amount of data, choice models might not have good accuracy. But when context changes, when you don't have enough data, even if you have only a little bit of data, machine learning models might not do a good job in predicting your behavior, but choice models do a better job representing even beyond the context for which you trained. Okay? And another important reason is useful, especially in transportation planning, is you don't know the future. Future changes. So if you have a machine learning model that is so well trained, it's giving you 99.9% accuracy on the current data, use that to predict, it necessarily does not reflect a good prediction because again, a lot of things change. Machine learning models might not be able to adapt to that change as efficiently. So what we want to focus on in my research group is focus on developing behavioral models which understand why people are doing what they're doing based on their age, gender, employment location, and then these relationships that we capture are transferable into the future or different contexts in a pattern. For example, in a machine learning model, you have a million records, you end up having 50,000 parameters. You can end up having a very large, especially the newer AI models, you can have a huge number of parameters. So what these parameters do is they give you a very high accuracy for the current scenarios. Okay, but these parameters reduce the degrees of freedom that exist for choices to happen. So when you take it to the future, they don't necessarily represent future data. Okay, so they'll give you solutions that might not be plausible or feasible. So in our models, we are talking about a much smaller number of parameters. So if you have 1,000 records of data, usually the order of parameters in 10 to 20. We're talking about that few parameters. Okay, so that's where the microeconomic theory-based models can be helpful, and we focus on. And what we do after we build these models is we incorporate these models into large frameworks. So, for example, if you want to understand how transportation patterns evolve in urban regions, you need to understand where the population is going to go or grow in the future. What are the travel needs? What is the transportation infrastructure going to be in the future? How will this translate to vehicles? So when we want to model how many vehicles are traveling in front of an area road, for example, we don't just go and count data. Yes, we do that. Most of the projects are like that. You look at volumes of data, but people are not driving there for the sake of driving. Right? People have an origin and destination in mind, and a purpose in mind. That's why they're traveling. If you understand that at an urban region level, you can predict individual trips on different locations much better. That's why we build travel demand models or regional transportation models that reflect the interactions of different people from traveling from their origins to destinations. These models have significant applications in understanding transportation planning demands for the future, but also you can look at emission models, you can look at health impacts of these transportation air pollution and so on. So they are widely applied. And even during COVID, there were health professionals who wanted to understand transportation models because we do very detailed mobility models. Because COVID transfers to as people move. So if you understand people's movements, you could track movement of the virus much better. So again, that's an area that is now, I mean, some people in the health field are starting to do what we do and think they're doing a lot, but then we have to show them that we've been doing this for 40 years in travel demand models where we predict people in continuous time and space. You can track people, simulated people, not real people, we're not doing that, at least not us. So we're trying to look at those trends as a way to understand different patterns. So once we are able to synthesize or simulate these behaviors, you can use this to understand how accessibility exists in an urban region, how firms are working, how different communities are handling current transportation. Now, if you look at global climate change and so on, we have issues that will create problems for transportation systems in this. You can have cyclones that will disrupt transportation systems. How do we build infrastructure that is resilient, and when a cyclone happens, how do you bring in the community, recover the community faster? All of these also can use inputs from our transportation demand model. So we can, because we know where people are, what the mobility needs are, we can use that to create solutions for how do we evacuate these people if we need to evacuate them, and then how do we bring in resources for these people who are stuck in these locations at that time. So these the quantitative frameworks that we worked on have been applied in different transportation areas. So the main themes that I work on in my group start with travel demand modeling. Again, as I talked about it, the emphasis is on building high resolution travel demand model. So we focus on synthesizing every individual in an urban region. So if you look at trip-based models, they look at zonal structure and develop models at zone resolution. But if you want to understand how people respond to policies and changes in the economy and so on, it's important to develop models at the lowest resolution possible, at the highest fidelity possible. So individuals are the one agents making choices. And if you go to the level of individuals, you can actually capture interactions among the household members. Like, so you have household with two adults and no children, their behavior is very different than a household with two adults and children, because there is a potentially taking them to school, maybe there's a bus that comes to pick them up, or parents are dropping them. So this will influence how they behave. So understanding that in a very high resolution will provide you better estimates of travel demand. So we've used this to understand demand, mobility demand, what is the demand on infrastructure, and now with the emergence of electric vehicles, a lot of travel demand models can be used to understand energy demand. Okay, because if we know how many miles they're going to travel, and if we know their car is an electric vehicle, we can identify what is that, how much charging they'll have. Maybe they'll charge it at home, or they'll charge it at a workplace or any other location. But just like we can estimate demand for fuel, we can also estimate demand for EVs. Now this is important information, because if you think about the traditional adoption of electricity use, the night time is when electricity use drops a lot, traditionally, because you switch off all the lights. Again, with the summer, probably ACs are going on, but in general, night times are when electricity demand is low. But if you think about bringing in EVs, that's when they start charging their car. Right? You come back home maybe at 8 o'clock or 9 o'clock and you start plugging it in. So the demand profile might change with a lot of adoption of EVs. When people are charging, might change, and that can create problems with the existing infrastructure. If you have the power grid system that is designed expecting a particular load structure, now that changes significantly because of transportation patterns. Like, again, right now the adoptions of EVs are not at a level where the grids are challenged yet, but if we want 100% EV adoption, like some of the government policies are suggesting increasing EV adoption, and there are resources to do that. So, but when that happens, we also proactively have to change our grid. Now, this is typically not an area that transportation people worked in the past, but because we know mobility very well, we know the demand of energy from mobility. So this is something one of my PhD students worked on to determine the demand. I also work on transportation safety, where we are looking at developing different new models to accurately understand the reasons for a crash. So there are two elements of transportation safety problem: crash occurrence and crash severity. So predicting how many crashes will occur and what is the consequence of that crash. Okay, we want to minimize occurrence, we want to make it zero. Vision zero is towards that. But given a crash happens, how do we reduce the consequence of the crash is also important, because we're not at a point where crashes are going to zero yet. So those are some of the things that I work on. Another aspect that I work on is emerging mobility, where we're trying to understand the newer modes. Right? You have the shared mobility system. I haven't seen bike share in India, and scooters share in India, but these are coming up there. But we see a lot of ride-hailing services, bike taxi, car, TNC, Uber, Ola, all of these are now widely available. So these are what I would call the transformative changes in the last 10, 15 years, right? With the adoption, access to technology in terms of smartphones and so on. Anybody can hail a ride at a very short notice. This was not possible until even 15 years ago. So now with that, people can figure out how to use these modes as last mile connectors. So I might be traveling from Vijayawada to Warangal on a bus, but then get down and book a taxi or a ride-hailing service to get to my final destination. So with good integration of emerging mobility services with traditional public transportation services, we can solve the last mile problem much better and encourage more adoption of the sustainable. So this is something we'll talk about as we go in the class also. Again, then there's also public transportation. So some of the work I do is looking specifically at public transportation systems and figuring out, okay, what are the current ridership numbers at different facilities? How do we, what is driving these numbers? So we can replicate this in locations where there is not that much demand. So some of that work we'll talk about it. And also how we can bring complementarity. So for example, if there is bike taxi and all of these that are available, how can we create synergy between public transit and that? Rather than trying to make sure that they compete, we can actually build a synergy so that we actually improve both systems efficiently so that we can increase sustainability. Then resilience is another area of transportation that is growing rapidly. I work in Florida. We have water on both sides. We are a peninsula, and the stretch of the state is only about 20 miles from sea to sea. So we get hurricanes from both directions. We have a lot of hurricanes, May to November, and evacuation is a challenge. Transportation evacuation is a challenge because we have only two highways running through the north-south of the region. So once evacuation orders are given, all roads are blocked all the time. So a 2-hour trip will take you 12 hours, 15 hours, and there are a lot of crashes because everybody is in a hurry to leave. So again, it creates a whole slew of problems. So we've been working on some of these aspects, and also we are looking at how communities respond to disasters. So again, the news focuses only probably a week or two at the time of disaster. After that, again, it's forgotten. But what we want to do is look at how economic activity recovers. Right? So the community is affected. Maybe it's a tourist location. Tourists are not coming back. When you do this coming back, what needs to be done to get them back into this location? Because some of the communities again in Florida is a huge tourist destination with Disney and all the beaches. So it's very important for local agencies to ensure that the tourism comes back as quickly as possible, because otherwise the people who depend on that, I think 15% of Florida residents depend on tourism for their employment. So 50% of the jobs in Florida are in the 10 to 15% are in the tourism industry. So you don't want all of them not to have their wages and so on. So it's a very important aspect. And another thing that happens in Florida is we don't have in the US. A lot of states have what's called state tax. So on top of your income tax, state tax is levied to generate income. So for the state, it doesn't have a state tax. So the only way it generates revenue is what's called property tax. So they have taxes on your homes. So the state has the incentive to make sure homes don't get destroyed. Right? Because if homes get destroyed or a flood happens or a hurricane threatens a community, all the property values there go down. That automatically means the amount of revenue generated for the state goes down. So so it is in the interest of the state to implement solutions that prevent damage. So build levees, build solutions where the land around these house regions don't get eroded, so that again they don't go into the sea. They can sea level rise is a problem in Florida. How do you ensure? So we don't want to. Again, we are in a Republican state. I don't know if you guys follow the politics in the US. So the Republicans don't believe in climate change, or rather, they don't openly admit to it. So we don't want to go and tell them, no, climate change is real. You have to invest money in making facilities resilient and all. So we don't try that way. What we're trying to tell them is there is economic value in preparing for these disasters. Right? So if you ensure that the flooding does not happen, a community that does not flood, property values will rise, which means the tax revenue generated from the community for the state will rise. So we want to look at it positively as you're proactively creating infrastructure that will preserve the value of the revenues in your state. So we are looking at data where we look at communities that are flooded in different hurricanes and see how long it takes for those communities' property values to recover back to where they were. So we can actually put a tag on the disaster, not only in the short term, but also in the long term. So if the property values go down, you are not going to recover for the next 15 years. It's going to, so the revenues for the county that is affected go down for the next 15 years. If a house that was 300 would probably be paying 5,000 as property tax every year. And if the 300,000 house becomes only 150,000, the property values are half. And so the revenue that you generate has half. So that is a major problem. So there is no other way to generate revenue in the state. So we're hoping this will be a more palatable way for them to think about these challenges. So we will see how it goes. Again, I also work a lot with interdisciplinary teams on understanding climate change and sustainability. And like I mentioned, I work with environmental researchers and public health researchers to providing them estimates of air pollution under different scenarios of EV adoption into the future, and also where the pollution is happening, so that they can use these rich data in climate change models to understand how climate change will be affected with transportation. Transportation is only one component of the different facets of climate change research. Again, I only focus on the transportation side of it. So, with that, specifically in this course, what I want to do is I'll start with an introduction of the different opportunities and challenges for public transportation. Then we will provide exposure to some quantitative approaches so that we can understand data and build quantitative solutions to address these various challenges. Again, I want this course to be interactive. You feel free to stop me at any point. I don't want to be talking all the time. I would encourage interaction. So I have a set of slides I prepared, but my objective is not to complete all the slides. That's not what I want to do. Again, like my advisor used to say, it's not important to cover material, it's important to uncover material. So if you understand what I cover well, you will be able to read or learn the advanced concepts from it. If all I'm doing is covering hundreds of slides, it doesn't serve any purpose. So what is important for me is whatever you don't understand, please feel free to raise your hand, and I'll do my best to make sure I explain that well so you understand. Okay? What I'll do is all the course material will be online. So again, I can that way you can download everything from there easily. That's the link. I also put it small link. If you're typing that, you can see this. I'll use a website called Mentimeter to get some feedback, some background information, and so on. But it will be minimal. So I only uploaded modules 1 and 2 online. Depending on today, I will keep uploading every day new material on the website, and you will have access in real time. Any questions? So, you should be able to. go ahead and log in. I want to understand what your backgrounds are and statistics so that I can tailor the discussions. I go to the next slide. Or be able to see the, if you log in, you can see the question right there. You will see the question. That's it. I mean, if you're a beginner, that's fine. Beginner is okay. I wanted to know some of you have looked at any urban regions or any specific systems in public transport. If you have experience with that, you can mention. say you have for those who are using the places, you get free license in India with universities, or you buy purchasing it. There is such a process that buying. Okay.
They purchase on behalf of the university for the laboratory.
Okay. The labs have sure. Yeah, I use SPSS for data preparation, descriptive analysis. I like it. It works well for large databases. If you have it, works well. I know, but yeah, of course, using R for everything now, so or R or Python for everything. Good. Let's see. Okay. A lot of you are using R Studio. So we will do our tutorials in R Studio. You can install it easily. And give data sets and codes that you can run, and we'll work on it in tutorials. So that way you'll get experience to exposure to some of those. Yeah, even for the graduate students, having experience with R is a good asset to have as you go forward. So again, thank you for answering this question. So these are the course objectives. What we want to do is create an overview, provide an overview of public transport systems in India. Again, some of you might know this even better than me. Then we want to identify different modeling approaches that are used to understand public transit and emerging mobility demand. Specifically focus on some methods that are relevant to public transportation. And we also identified a set of case studies that we'll talk in the evening, where we identified like 14 or 15 papers from US and from India, looking at public transit ridership analysis in a quantitative and rigorous fashion. What I would like you folks to do is maybe we will form teams in the evening. I and Dr. Agram will talk about that. So each team will select two papers and then do a study that, review that paper, read that paper, and then we'll talk. If you have any questions, we'll discuss that. And on the last day, you'll get to present as a team on that. So that way, we all can see what are the different methods. Some of those will be methods I covered. Some of those might be advanced. But you can see how they have been applied in research. And again, unless they make you go through and read, you will not spend as much time here to be talking about it, but having to spend and read that will help. He talked about this point, maybe this is what they're trying to do. It will help you consolidate those concepts, so we will do that. And again, I also I requested one of my colleagues, collaborators at ISC Bangalore. He collected data from Bangalore Metro and public transit system there. He kindly shared his data, so we'll build a real world analysis using that data to run some of the models that we learn as part of this. Finally, we will look at identify some strategies to promote public transportation, leveraging emerging mobility alternatives. So again, these are the 5 course modules. Again, I might modify these a little bit as we go forward. We're just talking about some numbers and data. Then we'll start looking at different elements of public transport data and what we'll focus on as part of this course. Then we'll get into the models that we use for public transport analysis. The standard models or the traditional models, we'll start with them. And then as time permits, we'll go into different details on emerging models. Okay? Again, as I said, I can cover everything I do in my graduate class in 5 days, but again, most of it might not be getting to do very well. So what my objective is to make sure you understand the methods we learn well and know how to run those models and use them. Then advanced methods are built on top of this. So if you understand your basics well, advanced methods are easier to follow. Okay? If you already know the basics, we can always figure out a way to talk offline and discuss any questions you might have. And then we want to, the last module will be where we're trying to bring it all together and see how we can use the methods of learning to improve public transportation networks. Okay, at this point, any questions? Again, I know some of you are PhD students, some of you are researchers already. So if you have specific data context that you're already working on and you have any questions, again, feel free to talk to me offline. I'm here for a few days, so I'll be happy to discuss some of the challenges you're looking at. If I can help, I can provide solutions. I'll be happy to do that. I want to mention that, but feel free to reach out to me, and we can find time to discuss any of individual specific questions or research problems. Okay. Again, so in terms of the public transportation module, so what I'll do here is do a quick discussion of public transportation as it pertains to the world and United States and rest of the country. So rest of the world. So again, all of you know this. What is the public transportation mode? A mode specifically created that serves all users in the country, right? So there's a predetermined fare. Sometimes it's free. Sometimes there's a cost associated with it, but there are no restrictions on who can use it. Right? So it offers accessibility to folks who do not have, right, do not own private vehicles or who do not want to rely on private vehicles. So that is the main. There are, all of you would have seen images of one bus with 60 people versus 60 cars showing sustainability. Again, so offers it should technically offer better capacity, better environmental benefits. Again, it's not necessary that it happens because of in the US, for example, in the southern part of the US especially, most of the time buses are running empty. And so people use that as an excuse to increase head. Right? So they say there's no demand, so we don't need a bus every 20 minutes, let's make it 30 minutes. It becomes 1 hour. And eventually, it's a self-fulfilling prophecy, right? So you say there is no demand, you reduce frequency. People who even want to consider, there is this mental mindset. Right? So if you know the next bus is going to be 1 hour later, that you will consider public transit as not ready to fail. If you know, like I lived in Canada, where public transit is very well managed. So I mean, in the winter, temperatures there go to -30, -40. Okay? So waiting is a pain, the cold, if you're out there in that temperature. But even then, like for 3 years I not on the car, I did not need it. Public transit was so well managed, you were sure to get a bus in 5 minutes. So the only time I was outside, even in that winter, is only a minute and a half to get into my office. That's the only time. So even at those temperatures, because there is reliable service, people choose public transit as an option because we don't want to be driving and get stuck in the snow and so on. But if the waiting time was even 15 minutes, I wouldn't have considered because I don't want to stay out 15 minutes in that cold. So that makes it. So when you are looking at infrastructure, building public transit, saying that okay, I put a line the frequency of the system is such that the bus comes to the stop once an hour. With only the people who don't have any other option will consider using it. Right? So depending on how much infrastructure there is, how much other alternatives are available, infrastructure decisions that govern only captive rights. Right? So you're only using public transit because you have no other option. So how do we handle that will be something. So only then we can say public transit provides environmental benefits. So if you are not attracting enough demand, then you're just running empty bus. So for example, I live in Orlando. Our bus system runs like 3,500 miles or something like that because it's huge. The city is huge. Again, it's a very suburban kind of city. But the ridership numbers are so small. I mean, we're talking about there's no way the buses are even 10% occupied or 15% occupied. So there's a lot of that goes in to run these machines. There's a lot of emphasis on why don't we make it electric. I mean, yes, you can make it electric, the air pollution will reduce, there are these, there's no question about it. But maybe the focus should be on something else. The focus should be on increasing ridership, right? So if even if you are driving a diesel car or a CNG vehicle or any vehicle, if there are 20 people in the bus, the per capita emissions are much lower than even if you have an EV. The life cycle emissions are not zero, right? The operational emissions are zero. If nobody is using it, even an EV per capita is creating a lot of pollution compared to a system where it's driven on diesel, but there are many people using it. So we are focused on that. So it's important to look at where you want to. So in Orlando, there is a lot of focus now, and federal government, in the previous regime, provided a lot of funding to shift to EVs. But that does not change the problem. The problem is nobody is using it. So you can spend a lot of money and claim you are becoming green and whatnot, but that is not the most efficient way of using money. Maybe a better way would be to create solutions that will actually encourage more people to build a line that is well connected. But again, the measures and metrics of how these systems are measured are also skewed towards the latest and greatest. So the new technology comes in. How many public transit agencies are using AI for doing road plan? I mean, is that really important? Is that really the goal? Yes, no question. You want to improve systems, but will investing 20% of your budget on a new technology increase your reach? So there has to be, even at the decision maker level, thought going in. Okay, what is the best way of allocating resources? So some of those challenges are we talked about. Again, it is important because public transportation is the only mode available to the most vulnerable of our constituents, right? So you have disabled people, low-income people, and vulnerable populations. So how do you provide accessibility to these communities is determined by public transport. So in the US, there are microtransit facilities that are created where disabled individuals and vulnerable population folks can actually book appointments. So here in Florida, for example, there are systems that allow them to book appointment with doctors. So these are small cars or small vans. They are not the traditional large buses. So these are vans that can house 6 or 8 people. So these can be booked. So these go to your house, pick up the patient or the person who wants to go to a doctor's appointment and take. So again, these are available in small pockets of communities. Again, it costs, but still it's better than putting a new line. In some cases, adding new public transit might not be the solution. So one of the things that I'll talk about in a little while is a case study where you can actually consider giving subsidies to individuals to use Ola or Uber, right? So if they cannot reach a public transit line because their house is further away, you cannot keep adding transit infrastructure. It's expensive, it costs a lot. So a more efficient way of using public finances would be to give discounts to low-income people. So Uber charges, let's say Uber or Ola, let's say charges 100 rupees or 150 rupees to go from that person's home to the bus stop where there is an actual public transit. Okay? So depending on the person's economic status, the local agency can decide to provide a subsidy of 50 rupees, 100 rupees, or the entire ride, depending on the economic status. And then that can give them connection with the public transit. They look for a job which is further. So now they don't own a car, but because now they have connectivity, they can start working at locations further than their home. So if you think about the cost of connecting 5 such people through subsidies versus adding a new public transit line or a bus, because adding a bus is not cheap. Right? You have to have a driver, you have to have the infrastructure, and the number of hours of running it, and most probably it might not be fully used. So these solutions are easy to implement because now you don't have to build the infrastructure. If you're the government, you are not building Ola. If somebody owns Ola, all you're doing is paying a little bit of a monetary cost to you with very minimal management. So this would be a very efficient solution for low-income neighborhoods and communities where you can increase accessibility to jobs by connecting them. You don't even have to take them a full trip through the right share, right? You can actually connect them to transit hubs. All you have to do is probably from their home, within 2 kilometers, there should be access to some transit. If you can connect them to that point, that gives them connectivity, and then they will come to a transit hub. They can take the bus to go to any location. So these are things that we could think about and incorporate into our planning systems. So there's a budget allocated. Instead of looking at budget for a new transit line always, we can say, okay, how can I connect some vulnerable populations to transit hubs? How do I do that? How do I build models and optimize to do that, right? So that could be something we can do. So in some important terms, the general discussion, public transportation, usually we think about bus, metro, and so on. We think about it, any shared transportation mode is public transportation. Think about air, yes, it's slightly more expensive, but that also the public transportation operated by private buildings. So there are sometimes they are private. The service area of the public transportation we country of the world, thinking about airline systems, that is also a public transport system because again, more than one person gets to use. So those, for them, the service area could be the entire world. If you look about some domestic airlines, they are only operating. If you take the Arctic Road Transport Corporation, Tamil Nadu or Andhra Pradesh, for example, these are operating throughout the entire state. Okay? So these also exist.
Regarding this connecting last mile using of subsidies for Ola and Uber, did you speak only in the context of first world countries or were you regarding the feasibility here?
So we looked at it using data in US, but I think that there is value in looking at that. So again, and Andhra Pradesh, there are a lot of types of subsidies that are already being offered in different avenues. But yes.
No. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, because I was thinking previously on two aspects to this program. The first one is that since largely 86% belong to the informal economic group, to provide subsidies, we need to get the data whether they belong to a particular group or not, and the mobile app should connect to their income levels. And it means indirectly revealing their economic details whether to the private entity or government. And practically, there will be a problem of inclusion of government in the free market zone where these private vendors are actually, they might not be. And the second thing is that for example, there are settling services long ago in Hyderabad, which you have observed. The settling services are not using the main arterial road, they go to the interior road. I mean, in Hyderabad, they go to the smaller crossroads in the housing community. They reach out to the area. So, I don't know, over a period of time, those got discouraged and got discarded. Here, in the name of Ola and Uber, again, the number of vehicles on road increases, right? But why can't they restore the settlement services which are already infused by the government, which will attract more revenue to the government by integrating the ticketing system?
Yeah, okay. So, questions there, and we can talk about it. So, yes, in India, getting the financial picture will be a challenge. I don't question that because, like you said, a lot of people are in the informal sector. We don't know the real income. There are people who have zero income driving BMW or Audi, whatever. So that yes, that problem, I don't think, that will be an issue. But if there could be abuse. I don't question. But what will happen is what we're trying to do is provide connectivity to transit hubs. If implemented to that way, if you're a well-off person, I don't think you would want to do it for 100 rupees to go to a transit hub. Probably they're never going to take a bus anyway. So it could be that there could be some kind of self-selection of people who really need it, using it, but it has to be monitored. Definitely, you have to look at implementation challenges. So you start with a pilot and see how it goes. Okay? So that's one aspect. Then, in terms of the revenue aspect, right? So I'm not suggesting that the government start doing what Ola does. All I'm suggesting is there are Ola drivers already operating in different areas. By guaranteeing them a little bit of I talk about the case study where these companies do not operate in poorer neighborhoods because they don't expect rights. Right? So that is what we can flip. So by saying now they're not going to some communities at all, but knowing that these people are now able to afford it because of the subsidy, you will actually increase coverage to these communities, right? So that is, again, how it plays out is a challenge. We need to think about implementation, piloting a project, and then look at it. Again, I'm not saying everything will work, right? There are areas we're just discussing in that stage, but they will move through communities that they have not looked at. So that is what we are doing is you are incentivizing private operators to think about neighborhoods they would never think about because of those subjects.
So it's like direct benefit transfer. If the offer for tertiary medical services, it is the same.
Yes, something like it will be something similar to that. So if you look at US, right? So again, the economic systems, there is a debate. Right? You want to be the center, you want to be left of center, right of center. That's a very interesting debate that you can talk forever. But in India, I think, personally, don't quote me on this, but personally, I think we've been too rigid on the left of center. There are challenges because of that. But I also see the problems of being too right of center too. In the US, everything is, we want it to be free market. Free market. Free market does not care about vulnerable people. If you look at the public transit system in the United States, it's a distance. If you look at how people who don't have income, I mean, everybody wanted public transit out of their neighborhoods because the richer communities had cars. They did not want public transit going with it. It's not a good thing to have a bus line go through your neighborhood. It has become to that level that the nicer communities, they come to the periphery. They never come inside. The bus come never because they don't need it. They have cars. They don't need it. So what happens is the existence of that line itself shows that that's a poor community, or it's the main suburb. That's it. Otherwise, you don't see public transit. So especially in the southern part of it, again in New York, Boston, some cities, public transit still enjoys reasonable patronage because there is no space to build roads. The condition is so bad that if you want to take the car, it will take you 3 hours for a 15-minute trip on the bus. So people use it. So I think we don't want to go that far to the right also in that aspect. So the solutions will ensure revenue for private vendors. Again, the issue of corruption in India, the challenges of how these are implemented, I understand that. But there is way to improve uptake of these modes among communities that are generally not using, and then bring them into connectivity to public transit. That would be the overall.
Similarly, instead of increasing the expenditure, we should focus on improving the expenditure.
Yes, and I personally think the state runs enough systems here. So I would suggest that even if it goes to private money, it's anyway going to private money in different ways. So it would be better because see, if you add a public transit system and the pension associated with the cost keep ballooning over time. So this is at least like I think direct benefit transfer is a good way to handle some of this. Again, there are drawbacks for that also, but I think there is value. So again, we also have the traditional modes like the bus, train, light rail. All of these are traditional modes, metro, and so on. There are new emerging modes, especially I think that Asia has been at the forefront of some of these, bike taxi, the Rapido ad that comes on TV. I think microtransit is something that is now catching up in the West, especially in cities where there is very poor public transit. Right? So microtransit has become an efficient way of providing transit for vulnerable folks and disabled and so on. Micromobility again is used a lot in dense community. So in New York, there is a bike share system, about 7,000 to 8,000 bikes. It's growing now, where they're placed in fixed locations. They're in stations. You can get a membership. You can take it and use it. So I think Lyft provides a common membership for bike share and their ride sharing. You can use number of trips and so on. First 30 minutes are free with the membership, and then you pay as you go beyond that. Okay, these are all very nice. But again, biking is a short distance activity, so you cannot expect to use that for 20 miles, 50 miles, and so on. You're looking at a 2 to 3 mile radius. ride sharing has changed, especially in New York. New York, it used to be synonymous with yellow taxi. It was getting a permit was a very expensive thing. It used to cost up to $1 million to get a taxi medallion because it's very well it's regulated by the New York Taxi and Limousine Commission. But the introduction of Uber and Lyft destroyed the value for taxi because now people were getting it on the phone and like a lot of people so dejected that come on any money doing money and everybody used to make a lot of money. But once Uber came in and there was subsidized prices at least in the beginning, so the on looking at how changes happen in terms of ridership numbers for yellow taxis to 200,000 in the 3 years. So we talk and all that the 800 was picked up by Uber and Lyft and it actually increased. Because getting a taxi was so hard, there were people who were using public transit, they also shifted. And it also created a latent demand, right? So when getting taxi is so easy, there were more trips happening. So if the total demand was 1 million, the actual total demand after introduction actually went up to 1.3 or 1.4 million. And the whole dynamics of how taxi systems work in New York City changed over time. So again, similar things happen. Carpooling again has been around in the US especially, and I think even in India in some locations. But that hasn't grown or dropped or increased substantially. So I'll talk about some public transportation numbers around the world here. Okay. So we're talking about New York. So the first one is about New York. So you'll see New York is a very dense city. Proper New York. I'm not talking about the suburbs. Here we are talking about that. So if you'll see walking is a significant portion of the mode share. But you'll see bus is around 10%, rail is 12%, and private transport is 33%. Okay, so people drive still significant portion of the people drive. So this is China. You will see walk and bike make about 50% of the trips, 63%. Buses good, private transport is only 20%. This is Colombia, Bogota. So you'll see this is where bus rapid transit has taken off very well. You'll see the bus and BRT have a large share, 62%. Again, if you look at private transport, it's one of the smallest private transport shares. It's only 15% private transport share. Then London, again, this would be very similar to New York. Good amount of walking, bus, tram about 50%, rail is 12%. Sydney, it's a typical Western city. North America, Australia have a lot of private transport. It's a lot of space. So highways have been built and they use it. So 70% use private transport. Again, you'll see bus and rail. These are usually concentrated in the downtown regions, right? So this is where people from far can get to because there is accessibility within the downtown. But if you want to go anywhere else, you have to drive. So these are the one Indian context here. So this figure I show my students in my undergraduate class also. In public transport in Bombay is about 45%, Mumbai 45% is public transport, walking is 27%. So we have a good number of non-motorized and public transport modes, 80%. We only have 15% of private transport. I think even that is too much for Mumbai. Given the congestion, anywhere you want to go, 10 miles, 10 kilometers, it will take you 2 hours. So I don't know why 15% of people are driving, but that's the again. Okay. So again, what I want to do now is I want to talk about one of the things that we need is measuring the public transit system, evaluating this public transport system to see how are they doing. So we would like to come up with some measures to see which public transport system is doing well how is it doing well, how can we replicate that. So there is a report that does this called Urban Mobility Readiness Index. They focus on three indices, so that when they are evaluating public transit systems across the world, they use different metrics for understanding how the infrastructure is, what is the market, how is the system efficient, how is innovation an important part. So this index has three components. They have a sustainability mobility index, they have a public transit index, and they have technology adoption. Okay, so these three indices, you'll see that it started in the middle, right? So public transit evaluation was the first part, but then they started adding two components: the sustainability mobility index in 2021 and technology adoption. Basically, with all the AI, they started adding the technology adoption metric to see agencies are coming up. So now, using these three metrics, they build an overall readiness score. So if all three are equally weighted, what do you think? Is it a reasonable index? What should be the focus of the index? And okay, I'm not criticizing the people who came up with the index. It's just for us to discuss. Which component of the three should be more heavily weighted? Okay, the second, right? So you would say the primary focus of the index should be on, okay, how is public transit being measured, right? So what is it doing? How are what is the density, efficiency, utilization? Those should be, okay, yes, these other two things are nice to know, but okay, really, does that matter? Yes. So let me show you some rankings from this one. So this is the overall index. I mean, when I saw these numbers, I was a bit surprised. I mean, like, public transit, Europe being one makes sense because again their systems are well. But you will see a lot of North American cities also scoring very well. Okay, I think this is manifestation of the three metrics they're using. They're looking at technology. Yes, the leaders in the US, leading agencies look at technology. But I don't know how much of that is translating into transit usage. But still, they down there. You'll see Asia Pacific is doing reasonably well in some regions. We will talk about some cities there. These are the scores going from 0 to 80% there for the readiness index scores. You will see some good number of cities in North America cross 60%. Again, if you look at Canada, they should cross more than 60%. There are really good public transit systems in Canada, especially Montreal, Toronto, and even Vancouver. But rest of North America, I think, other than New York, San Francisco, and Boston, probably the other systems are not as efficient. In Europe, there are a lot of cities that have good transit systems. In Asia, there should be some cities. Again, some of these not by choice. Some of these are because the communities or the residents there cannot own or it's very expensive to own private vehicles, so they rely on public transit. Or the system is so congested that actually even high-income individuals use public transit as that's the most efficient. So some of that is the case in Asia Pacific. Latin America has, again, tightly bound around 35 to 45. I'll talk about where they are lagging as we go forward. Africa, I think, has the lowest ranked public transit systems. Again, this is the way the numbers have changed over the years for some cities. So again, the top 10 cities. So according to their index, San Francisco has the highest ranking. Again, it wasn't that high in 2020, but it started moving up since 2021. And again, you will see the change in what they were using as an index. If it was only transit, San Francisco does not rank as high. But once the metric was changed to include other things have changed. Again, Paris, the climbing, San Francisco is the climbing ones. Paris is also going up. Again, Paris and Singapore make sense to be rated 1, 2, 3. You'll see a lot of European cities, Munich, Amsterdam, Stockholm, and Berlin in that list. Makes sense. New York also is reasonable. Again, Zurich and London. Again, all of these are, when you think about good public transportation systems, some of these cities come to our mind reasonably. So again, the index is doing a reasonably good job in reflecting the top 10 there. But again, I would question whether San Francisco should be one. But that said, everything else is reasonable. Okay, whenever it's a good exercise when you build any quantitative index, what you want to do is once you get your results, then checking for reasonableness intuitive, right? So it's nice when the results reflect what you text. I'm not saying they should always represent that, because then that might be an issue, but you don't want to see a system that is not really good pop up in your top 10. That is an indicator that you made some mistake in how you are making your measurement. Right? So this is thing to think about. So here I am showing some scores across countries. So here you will see technology adoption scores, right? Africa is the lowest. Then we have Latin America and so on. But you can see North America is the top. Again, this makes sense. There is significantly higher consideration of technology in North America. If you look at sustainable mobility and public transit, because sustainable mobility includes whether they're looking at non-motorized modes, other aspects associated with other modes. So you'll see Europe is at the top, which makes sense. So even in pure public transit, if you look at pure public transit, North America usually ranks 3 in that. Even that I think is, but you'll see Asia Pacific doing very well in pure public transit, which makes sense. Right? If you look at sheer numbers of riders in Asia Pacific, is where you have some of the largest shares of public transit adoption. So if you look at public transit ratings, you will see that Europe ranks 1 and Asia Pacific is 2. In sustainable mobility, again, North America does not do well in public transit, but it does well in the other. That's what makes North America have higher scores, even though usually you don't think of, especially US, as home to large public transit systems. So again, I'm showing the same things in a different scale here. If you look at the readiness index across cities, San Francisco has the highest score for overall mobility index, but they score high in technology. Again, being Silicon Valley, home to Silicon Valley, it's not surprising that a lot of technology adoption is being considered in San Francisco. But if you look at the public transit sub-index scores, they are not that high relative to the others, right? So Vancouver does well there, and New York does well in the mobility sub-index. And here I'm showing you the different cities. So again, we talked about some of these ones as San Francisco, New York, Boston. LA also is ranked high, which again, it's not something you would think about. Again, it's a very sprawling city. So public transit is harder to manage. Washington DC has a very good public transit system. Montreal is there. Vancouver, Chicago, all of these have combinations, not just bus. They also have metro or a commuter rail. All of these have those options. Again, Houston, Atlanta, these are large suburban cities, which again you wouldn't think they have very good public transit systems, but they're reasonable. If to downtown and so. Okay. Again, you will see in the chart on the left how North America ranks compared to the globe, right? So you will see where they are getting high points. They're getting high points in terms of innovation. Innovation is substantially higher in North America compared to the global average. Infrastructure is also higher. Market attractiveness and system efficiency are also much higher. In societal impact, I think is close to what the global numbers are. It's not out of the ordinary. If you look at Europe here, the major cities that you will see, again, all the capitals in the US, in European countries come up there. You'll see Paris, Munich, Amsterdam, Stockholm. Again, and you'll see out of the top 13, predominantly 11 cities come from Europe. Again, this is not surprising, right? You would expect European countries to have great public transit systems. Again, here also, if you look at Helsinki, for example, has a very good public transit index, but because its other things are not that great, it drops in the rankings. Okay, Stockholm and London. Again, London has a high technology index. That's what probably keeps it higher than where it should be. Stockholm is also very good in terms of sustainability. Again, if you look at the rankings in Europe, with every major city in Europe pops up there, which makes sense. But again, Paris, Munich, and Amsterdam are the ones that are doing the list. In Asia Pacific, okay, we don't see a lot of Indian cities at the top. Singapore, as expected, is there. Singapore is the third best one. Korea has Seoul. Hong Kong is there. Tokyo is there. Then the Chinese cities come. We have Asia Pacific, so Sydney comes after that. You see the first city that for India that comes up is Delhi. Then we have Mumbai. These are the only two cities that are ranked. If you look at the different metrics, in none of these Indian cities come into the picture. You'll see Singapore is good across all of them because it has a good system in terms of sustainable mobility. Hong Kong has the best public transit index, and again, all of those are close. Shanghai has the highest technology adoption. Again, with Chinese investment, there's more technology invested there. But again, this kind of gives you a picture of where Indian cities stand relative to our peers in different countries across the Asia Pacific. And if you look at innovation scores versus the global scores, you see infrastructure, Asia Pacific is low. Even so, societal impact, it's lower than the average impact. So, again, one of the important questions here is how good is this metric? Right? So, we are using a metric here. Any metric will have its flaws. Right? So, if you decide a metric as an evaluation component, so ideally, what we want from a metric are some measurable components. Right? You want to reflect elements such as travel time, accessibility, how are people able to get use the public transit service to get to jobs? Are they able to reach grocery shop? Are they able to reach healthcare? Okay, what is the density, utilization? So these are quantitative metrics that can be measured. So you want the metric to be a good mix of measurable aspects and some subjective components. That you want to also incorporate how people perceive. So, for example, across cities in India, there is a perception. People say Delhi is not safe compared to some other cities in the south, for example. Again, that perception of public transit, right? How that is also important because if you want newer people to start using public transit, you have to manage those perceptions and subjective components. So there should be a scoring for comfort. How is that information being provided? Right? So, for example, if you know when the bus is coming, it makes it easier to wait than when you have no idea where the bus is. So, with the new technology, with GPS, you can actually see where the bus is already listed or it's still behind. It's coming. So that information and also safety and convenience. Right? How do you pay for it? How are those subjective components become important? Then there should also be some aspirational goals. Right? When you're building a metric, you don't want to just stay static. So you can say, okay, I want to improve my vehicle fleet mix. So I want more electric vehicles, more autonomous vehicles in my system. So again, those would be your technology adoption rates. And also there should be some system goals on in terms of increasing the travel modes. Let's say it's right now 8%. Maybe how do we get it to 9? How do we get it to 15%? What are those aspirational goals? So any metric that you build to evaluate the system. So for example, should incorporate all of these three elements. Right? Again, a lot of data. We're talking about compiling data on a different large number of dimensions. So understanding where each bus is at any instant, where it is going, what is the travel time it's taking. And then a lot of analysis, processing, okay, these are the bus lines. What does this reflect in terms of accessibility? Because accessibility has to be tied back to the population, right? Based on where people live and where the public transit system is, that's where you determine what accessibility is. Again, building an appropriate metric for even one city at a very high detail requires a lot of work. So you have to process the work locations and home locations of everybody in that city to understand true picture accessibility in that city. So we were talking about good data points to come with that. Okay. So other important elements is whether we have the data on public transit ridership, how fare collection, what is the impact on employment, and other impacts include again, a lot of people are talking about transit-oriented developments. So what is the effect on community? So in terms of property values, it's a big issue because property values are directly tied to revenues. Again, if public transit is perceived as a positive. For example, in Hyderabad, with the metro lines open, various metro stations opening up, price around the metro stations is high, right? Because again, you have easy metro, that becomes a set point. So when you share benefits of public transit, sometimes we focus too much only on transportation, connectivity, and so on. But there is also unintended consequences that can happen. Right? So the communities where public transit is coming up, they actually see benefit. So if the property values go up, people who have invested in that are seeing benefits in that context, and maybe more developments will come up, and that kind of creates mini cities around these zones and the transport development that can contribute to the community significantly. Okay. Any thoughts or questions? So again, there are more resources. So what on this, I just have reference here. So what I want to do is I want to give you a of a case study of a metric development that we did in a slightly different context, but just to talk about some idea. So before I start, I want to show you. I don't know why I'm taking my website now. So what I want to do is I want to talk about a specific case study where we try to look at a metric to understand the role of transportation at companies. So our rationale for looking at this is we wanted to see how TNCs are serving again demand in different parts of the city. Okay, so if we wanted to come up with a metric where we can say whether ride-sharing companies are over-serving a particular neighborhood or under-serving a particular neighborhood. Okay, so before I discuss what would be some ways we could do that, how so again the same thing can be done with public transit also or any mode if you want. So what should be aspect that we should focus on if we want to understand whether a mode is being overserved, more people are using it or less people are using it. So what kind of metrics can be used to look at it? What data do we need to even study? No, so I'm a, let's say I work for the city. I want to understand where ride hailing or Uber or Ola are being used a lot and where they are not being used. So if I want to understand that where are the pockets where there is over service or under service, how do I go about it? Okay. So yes, so there is a let's say the city has 20 pockets, 20 boroughs or something. So yeah, in one borough there is 3,000 users. Another borough there are 5,000 users. So is that enough for you to make comparisons? Okay. So how would you capture that? So is it per capita? You look at per capita trends or Okay. So what do you need? User-centric data is good. So what information do you need to establish whether a node is being used more or less?
Network level, where the network is available. Second would be at the root level, which are the routes which are being serviced on frequency at those routes. And the third would be at the ridership, which are the routes which are running.
It's only public transit. So
Yeah.
Okay. But how so you wanted to add something? Okay, so user perception. Okay. Again, there are different ways of looking at the problem. We're just trying to discuss it. So, but all of that does not represent the demand, overall demand. So transit is not understand transit, but we also need to understand what is the mobility demand in the region, right? Because that is what will tell you what is the share of each move. Again, I'm a mode share guy, so at the end of the day, it comes back to, okay, the sheer number alone is not enough, right? Because population would be higher. So if you think about, even without looking at any data, if you're talking about a city, I'll say the central business district will have the highest amount of rates, right? Because more people come there. Just by nature, they will come. So, but if you look at the suburbs, even if they're using a lot, you won't see that much. Because again, it's a larger area, so the volume might seem small. So one way that we took in this research paper was we wanted to look at the relative ratio of TNC demand to overall transportation demand. So if 1,000 trips are happening from that region, right? In one region, so there are two regions where both have the same number of trips happening. So let's say 5,000 trips. In one of them, TNC serves 100 trips. In another one, it serves 1,000 trips. So that, because of the denominator, you are able to normalize. So 5,000 people want to travel. 1,000 of those trips are happening using TNC. Second location, also 5,000 people want to travel, but only 100 of them are happening with TNC. So that kind of shows you there is an oversubscription in one, undersubscription. Then you can look at, okay, which are the reasons? What are the reasons? Usually what happens is you see low income, older individuals are in the underserved pocket, and high income individuals with less cars. And again, high income, if you already own a car, you don't use TNC, right? So denser neighborhoods are you. So again, we wanted to figure out a mechanism to look at that. So I'll discuss this in detail here. So it's a presentation of the paper I'll talk about. So again, transportation network companies in the US, for example, are growing rapidly. So this is the chart that I talked about, how yellow taxi went down. So if you look at this figure here, they were in about 13 million in January 2015. So we have it for 7 years of data there. Again, there's a COVID blip. Obviously, everything went down at that point. But what you'll see is the recovery again shows you that taxis are recovering much slower than TNC. TNC has recovered close to what it was before the peak, right? Before COVID happened, but taxi is not getting to that. And you'll also see if you add the yellow taxi plus green taxi after 2018, both of them put together are much lower than TNC, and also you'll see the overall demand for TNC has gone. So people used to make about 14 million trips in January 2015. January 2019, that has become 22 just for TNC, right? I'm not even adding yellow taxi and green taxi to it. So this basically, the TNC story is not just a story of taking away everything from yellow taxi. It's actually a story of creating its own demand. It has increased demand well beyond what the taxi system was serving, while also taking away a lot of the demand from taxi. So what it shows is there was demand for taxi services which were on response. Right? When people needed it, if you could get there faster, there was more demand. There was a lot of latent demand for taxi that was not services that was not being served by the yellow and green taxi systems in New York. But with the technology enabled adoption of Uber and Lyft, there are three of them: Uber, Lyft, and Via, whatever call it. So those three systems together have taken off substantially. Okay. So another city that uses a lot of PNC is Chicago. You'll see the number of trips. It started around 20 million in 2015. It went up to 115 million, 110 million by 2019. It is slowly recovering. We don't have data for 2022 there. I think it has started to recover and is expected to grow substantially fast. And now, another thing that's happening in the US is the TNC trips used to be substantially cheaper than taxi. In the beginning, taxi trips would cost us $70, TNC trips would cost you $30. So, I mean, there was no reason for people to use taxi because it was cheaper and faster. Taxis did not come within, I mean, there's no live tracking of when the taxi is coming, you call and you wait. But with TNC, you knew where it was, when it was coming and all of that. So it became a much more efficient mode. And we'll see the bus and rail ridership. Again, unfortunately, as TNC kept going up, these either stabilized or are actually going down. Okay. Rail is going up, which is a good sign. But again, I think I have charts and I'll show later when we go to data elements. COVID has been very bad for public transport. So nowhere in no city, especially in the United States, where there is very good data, recovery is anywhere close to even 50%. So transit ridership, if it used to be 100 units, even now, after so many years of COVID, we're still not even at 45 to 50%. Again, which is a big shock to the system and underutilization of public transit is growing because. So the reason we looked at this study was there's a lot of analysis on TNCs, transport network companies such as Uber and Lyft and so on. They focused on what is the impact on different modes. They focused on what are the different locations served and social demographics and so on. What we wanted to do was we wanted to come up with a metric to see what is the impact of TNC in the context of the overall transport system. How is TNC affecting the overall transport system? That's what we're looking at. For that, we identified, we computed a novel metric to identify the imbalance between overall demand and TNC demand. I'll talk about that. And this is a metric that can be used in any region for any mode. So you can identify spatial pockets where they are underserved or overserved by TNCs for any other. So what we did is at a census tract level, we looked at TNC demand. So we had data on Chicago TNC usage. We aggregated that data at the origin level. Okay, so yeah, I'll pause here. We'll come back after and spend time with discuss.
Do you have any questions? Any kind of thing?
Like Uber ate a lot of ridership of Uber. How would you differentiate the operation of both the Uber is also Lyft is also aggregator of taxis.
Yes.
Yellow taxis were also kind of taxis.
Yes.
How does the nature of operation differ due to which?
Yes. So what happens is Yellow Taxi was a traditional taxi service, not technology infused. So I could not. You have to call somebody to book. Okay. So and then you call customer service agent. They'll tell you it's coming. There was no GPS information, so there's no app. So they were behind. And until Uber came, they did not think about improving their service. So the only way you could book a taxi is you got a call. First of all, that's a impediment. And there was no app, no way to track. Right? So I called, I made a reservation. Older individuals used to do it. So like, I remember when I was in Montreal, if I had to fly to the airport at 6 o'clock, I would book a taxi. You never know whether the taxi is coming. Hopefully they come, but you don't know. So what Uber did, or whatever these guys did, is people put it on your phone. And we show you when the comes. We show you in how much time it is coming. That change the reliability and they did it cheap.
So let's suppose this happened to a
Yeah.
and the operators of Yellow taxis saw that happen. Let's say when the share was consumed by 10%, they could see what is leading to this shift. They could have easily opted for a GPS in their own vehicles. They could have come out with an app. It was not a big.
They did not do it fast enough.
They already had a good lead size in the market.
Yes.
They just had to install additional GPS and come up with an app.
So that's what happens, right? So looking back, the solution was simple, right? Looking back. But at that time, couple of challenges. First, each taxi is owned by an individual, right? So there has to be a software product that will connect all of them. So what Uber or Lyft did is they had the software product. Then they started recruiting people, right? So the approach, so because it's so individual item based, so some people would have said, no, the taxi operators would have been very slow to react. He said, the individual taxi will say, yeah, I don't think my life will change based on, because he or she, whatever, they're not seeing the big picture of how overall demand is. Yes, they might have started seeing their demand go down, but it would have happened in the past also that they wouldn't get a lot of rides for a few days. So there is lethargy in the system. And the taxi and limousine commission in New York were used to take the BCCA of India. So there is a monopoly. And I'm not saying BCCA is good, I'm not saying anything bad about BCCA. But what I'm saying is they control everything. Until somebody comes and this, I don't know if you're old enough to remember, before IPL there was something called ICL. Like IPL became as good because of that. I would think a lot of it has good because once they saw the potential, that's when the big wigs in BCCA realized we have to know if we don't do it, somebody else will do it. These guys did not get a chance. That's the unfortunate part of it. Because a lot of livelihoods were lost. So some of them started shifting to Uber because it's cheaper to buy a normal car than buy a taxi. It's better than a taxi. Like I said, it went up to as high as $1 million. And people waiting for 6 years, 7 years to buy one new taxi. So they constrain demand also. So the reason there was so much spike in PNC usage is because suddenly all the cars in New York were eligible for being an Uber. So there was significant political issues and taxi and limousine commission controlled a lot of lobbying power. So they never thought they could be dethroned so easily. Yeah.
So we break up them and we will join it with the she's arranged at the ground to set up the signal. get more interactive. So let's start that, like, what is the transit system in the Indian context? So hopefully everybody might have traveled at least one time. There is no doubt on that. The public transportation area. It might be like bus, or it might be the rail, or it can be any other category of problem. Yes, sir. So according to you, like, what makes that the people they don't want to or hesitate to travel by bus or any kind of transit in India specifically? So before going to the lecture or like before going to the interactive, so we'll try to understand actually what makes the public to difficulty to travel by bus or to travel by any transit system. So in the any of the scheme, frequency of the trips or like frequency of the operation of the system, unreliability travel probably. So that means mostly the public transit system is not reliable in terms of operation or in terms of the scheduling, in terms of frequency or in terms of the safety or not comfortable sheets or like anything. There are much more factors to be included when we are talking about the public transport system. Then other than that, yeah, the most important point is the first mile last mile connectivity. So which means like when you want to access the any kind of transport modes, generally if you look at the private transport mode like the two-wheelers, then it is very easy to access because it is very close to your home or it is in our home. So whenever I want to go outside, so then I will take my bike, then I can easily access to the any kind of land use in terms of the commercial land or in terms of the any category of general. But if you come to the public transit, so I need to make it travel at least some distance because the bus stops or maybe like any category related to public transportation cannot be served to directly our home. So we need to access by walk or we need to do some kind of activity to travel. So that might be mostly in terms of access. So that means that accessibility is the major concerns of the public in general when we are talking about the public transit system. Let's see that why this accessibility is the one of the important steps or important factor which makes the more reliable way of doing or like the catering of the trips by public transit system. So before that, actually we will try to understand actually why this accessibility term is important. What factors makes it is access or not access. So in that case, like how the city actually built. Like when I am talking about the in which case the city has required a kind of public transit system in terms of bus or metro or any other category of the mode in general related to the public transit system. So if you want to look at that point actually, then I need to understand how we are categorizing the cities first of all, and how we are going to look at the land use cases and how the land uses of the different parts of the city will be accessed. So then what kind of the transportation network is available and what are the different category of the modes in terms of the public transit again. But in India, when you are talking about the public transit, so the paratransit is also included as the part of public transit system in general. So then we need to understand how the paratransit will be makes more effective way of operating of the public transport system. Because if you want to access the public transit, generally if you divide the trip entire trip length actually, so then the part of the trip will be accessed by your car. And how this integration will make more effective way of operating a public transportation in Indian context is very, very important. So with that, so there is some of the introduction parts of the content like urban transportation system, then the transit characteristics and the transit system and the transit performance indicator generally, and what are the issues with respect to the transit system in general. So when we are talking about the performance, that even in the morning session also you might have listened, some of the factors are like we are going to talk about when you want to do something, some study related to the public transport system. So then it is very important that actually, okay, what are the indicators to be collected? How you are going to collect these indicators or what kind of the data will be important for you. So that means the data will make that to understand what you are actually studying. So if you want to study the surveillance of the public transportation system, then the system is including all the category of the mode. It is not relevant to the only bus or maybe any other category of the rail mode system. So that means I need to include both together. So then if you want to include both together, then the scheduling of both are same, it might not. And I need to take as indicator in terms of the scheduling of the both modes of the bus as well as the rail. So then I need to look at that how the performance can be available. So that's the way the characteristics of the transit system will be depends on the characteristics of the individual transport, public transport modes. So then again that may depends on the capacity, then the frequency of operation, and how flexible we can operate it. So there are different factors again impacting on the characteristics of the transit modes. So let's start that actually. Okay, according to you, when will be required a bus system in the city? Forget about the regional transport system. So when I'm talking about the regional, generally it will be required as a bus when you are connecting any particular part of the town or the city to the any rural area. So that means I need to understand what is the setup of the rural. So that kind of rural maybe part of the entire country probably. So then I'm going to divide some parts of the country into the major megacities, then the major cities, then the Tier 2, Tier 1, Tier 2 city categories, then again some towns, maybe something like that. So then if you look at that, so this is the continuum, so then the rural, then the village cells, and the towns, and the metropolis, and the urban emerging areas, and the secondary cities, there are different categories of the city involved. And all these cities, all these categories will be having the different numbers in the population in general. So according to the population-based cases, then we are going to look at that when we require a system. So then if you look at that, so this is the 100 habitations in the particular maybe area probably. So with that, so then the 5,000 habitations in as like village, then the 50,000 like the town. So then the city will start maybe probably like 1 lakh. And then if you want to operate a public transport system, that means it indicates that at least we need to have a 1 lakh population. Why this population will be interconnected with the public? Any guess? Until unless with no population, why you want to operate this? Yes. Ultimately, because we need to understand that what is the demand for the different transport modes. Look at the village. There is no much demand to the regional transport. That's the reason the operation of the particular bus will be very less. Maybe I can operate to the particular village 1 time per bus. So some of the villages still in India can be operated 1 bus. Even there are some villages there is no bus. Okay, so that's the reason actually. So we need to understand that the population will be makes that the impact or maybe like kind of the demand to the transport modes. Then if you go to the metropolis, maybe like we need to look at the some category of the transit system, then the bus will be required here. Then if you bigger and bigger cities, so maybe like increasing of the population, then we require some kind of other category or like the very high performing transit system will be required. The high performing transit system may be probably like your metro system or maybe like any other category of monorail or like any other category of the transit system in India. So the minimum population, if you are serving the city like the 1 lakh, it might be understand that actually okay, we need some kind of the transit system. That is the exact entry level of the transit system. So even if you don't have that kind of the transit system, but still this can be served or maybe like some category of the transit system or like paratransit, probably like your operators. Or maybe any other category of the still these modes will become the category under the transit. We generally call it the paratransit in India in general. So now if you understand it actually, like if you have the one part of the city if you are taking, so then how we are going to access the different categories of the land uses and what are the different types of the land use available in them. Then if I need to understand okay, what are the different setups of the cities, how we are the total entire pocket of the land will be divided for the different purposes. So why these purposes are important? Like if I look at the some city like Hyderabad, if I'm taking, so some part of the city is very important that what purpose this pocket of the land will be allocated. So whether it is the pocket of the land is serving for employment, like let us assume that this is the employment zone. So then when you are dividing this particular land use as the employment zone, then I know that what are the characteristics of the people of the particular commuter who are actually traveling into the land use pocket. So that means I can easily understand what is the time of the day that people are making the trip, what is the time of the day that people will be reversing their homes, and what category of the mode they are using, what makes the people, the trip length corresponding to that particular land. So there are different kind of the travel characteristics can be extracted based on the land use cases. I hope it is understandable. Any questions or any point to be discussed? Is it okay? So let's, with that actually, so now we have the transportation, then based on the transportation system, like we have the infrastructure needed, so what kind of infrastructure will be required, and what are the different types of the modes will be serving to the different pockets of the lands, and then who are the users of these people, like who are the users to access of these land uses. So then based on that, the spatial footprints of the land and the spatial interactions of the land can be extracted. What it means that actually, like if I want to look at that, so how the city is growing day by day. Like if I'm looking at the city like Hyderabad in 1970, then the city like Hyderabad, if I'm looking at the 2025, then you can see the bigger picture of the city. So then the trip length at the 1970 hardly maybe like 4 kilometers or like 3 kilometers. Now if you take up, now it is almost reaches to the 25 more than that. So which means that the urban form day by day is growing loose. Then based on that, we need to divide the total entire land for the different pockets. Then we need to understand what are the different land uses and what is the modes is scattered to make the trip between these land use pockets. So then the activity, what kind of the people are actually moving? Maybe kind of daily wage laborers probably, or the maybe different categories of the customers or employees or the suppliers. Different types of the categories of the people can be expected to move and interact with respect to this land use. Then I can easily understand based on these categories of the activities, then how and what they make the trip and when they make the trip and what time they make the trip and what mode these people will be used. So mostly these daily wage people generally accessed by the public transit system than the customers are maybe like daily employees, maybe like the higher category or higher income level employees. So that means their level of the trip and the time of the trip and the access mode of those people will be completely different actually. So then this activity makes to understand that what is the kind of level of interaction with respect to the land, with respect to your transport system in there. So then finally we will understand, if you try to draw a kind of the desired lines, then we will understand what is the total amount of the trips will be activating, it is interacting with respect to the one particular land. So that means that might be the your emerging land pocket which makes the more number of trips. So then if you look at that, so it is also depends on that what is the access is available to the different land in the city. So then the accessibility, then the convergence, the integration. Like you have more integrated, then I can see that expected high number of transit use will be increases. So that means that actually like if you are actually integrating all the modes together, what are the modes that are available in general like the transit itself. So then the people will be access of those pockets of the land easy. So that means the high level of the demand to the transit can be increases with respect to integration of the transit modes and the converging of the different categories of the trips into the single category or like the multiple category to be converted over the time based on the network level. So then I need to make the access is more and more, so then more number of trips can be accessed by your public transit. So that means the accessibility and the convergence and your integration makes the more number of public transit trips, or maybe converting of general private modes to your public transport modes. So then based on that the infrastructure requirement, so then I can categorize that what is the level of infrastructure will be required for the categories as the highways, and the total infrastructure will be required as the rail. Suppose if I am taking like mega cities in general, then what is the length of the metro will be required and what is the total amount of the public transit network will be required. So I can easily estimate that, then based on that I can easily categorize that what is the total length of the network will be required at the cost and what is the length of the network will be required as the metro or like the subways. So then I can also integrate or try to understand that what is the land use will be serving for the flight related trips and the mixed cases and the population based cases. Where these population based cases will be mostly talking about the employment zones or the shopping related trips or like the recreational categories of the trips. So then these activities, so that I have the land use, then I have the requirement of the infrastructure. Then what is the serving of between these two based on the activities like terminals how many such kind of the terminal system will be required at the birth phase, and where this kind of manufacturing and the distribution of the serving systems, and what is the where the commercial lands will be located, where the institutional lands, maybe in terms of bankings or like the maybe educational institutions, the residential homes, where it can be located. Based on that, I can easily connect there my transit. Okay, this is the pocket of the your residential zone. This is the kind of the land use serving for the residential, and this is the kind of employment zone. If I want to connect this, okay, there should be some kind of infrastructure will be required, and the bus or maybe like the metro can be understood. So then these are the total land use pockets will be like, I can see that this is the maybe like CBD area probably. So then this is the pocket of the land as institutional, this is the kind of home or maybe any other category of the recreational. So then it will be, it has to be connected. So then we can understand that there is a categories of the things like the home to the work, like work to home, like shopping, social activities, and maybe other categories of the commercial can be categorized, which means that so I can easily understand based on these cases like how many number of trips can be generated as the home-based trips, like the like non-home-based trips by transit system. So that means I need to understand so the total number of trips given in the city, how many catered by the public transit, how many is catered by the non-public transit system and the private modes. So finally, if I'm including all the continents like the towns and cities, so these are the categories of the modes will be required. So kind of a transport system will be required, and the road, rail, so the itself will be based on the scheduled system, and sometimes like the chartered flights or like the specific flights, the private flights will be operated their own. So in the road, so then the car, taxi, bus, the motorcycle, micromobility, walking, these are the categories of the trips can be catered in the roads. And the rail, if you look at like intercity, then the high-speed rail system, the transit, subways, metros, and the commuter, light rail transit system, monorail, even like new metros, or like other categories of the transit system also can include in the rail. So then the maritime ferries and the roll-on-roll ferry operating system, then your cruise and the high-speed, even high-speed ferry or like the cruise are also available generally in the maritime category. So of course, these are like some, we don't have all the categories related to the public transit. Mostly the public transit involved with the road and rail. So less operating system with respect to the maritime as the pay. So there is no public pay to operate these two categories in general. Now, if you look at the landscapes of these categories with respect to all the categories of the trips, so then what is the landscape of the city? First of all, this landscape will give the what is the length of the trip generally. So that means suppose if I'm comparing the two cities, so some of the cities might be having the length of the trip within the like range, maybe like the within the 10 kilometers, but some of the cities having the range of 10 to 20 kilometers. So what we are going to understand by this length of the trip? So can I get that based on the length of the trip? So whether this length of the trip can be operated by public bus, or can I operate it with respect to the maybe metro or maybe like the monorail or maybe like kind of your neo metro, something like that. So it may also give some idea what category of the transit system will work out for the particular city based on the length of the trip. So that means the landscape may resultant into the length of the trip by different categories of the modes. Then what is the economic process of the city, or like you can also understand that what is the average income levels of the cities of the particular categories, and what are the demographic process. Like when we are collecting the data, mostly we are very relevant in terms of collecting of the data demographics, like particularly like the gender, age categories, or like the material status. There are different types of the demographics generally being collected. So based on these demographics, we can also understand that who are actually accessing of the public transit. So suppose if I'm asking like cities like in Hyderabad, mostly I'm expecting the people from the Telangana. So then if I'm asking the question like, so according to you, the public transport is accessed in Hyderabad by male is more or female is more? As per current condition, female is more because everybody knows that there is a free public transit system operating by Telangana state now. So according to that, now if you see that actually even the male, according to the very recent news article, the male are very rarely accessing the public transit. So there is shift is happened between the male male users of the public transit users from the bus to the auto rickshaw. So this is the very recent article by you actually. So there are different. So that means the demographic process is very important to understand the what kind of the public transit system to be operated in this. Like some of the cities they are operating exclusive buses for women to increase the women safety in the bus. So then that might be indicating that if you have more number of women passengers in the city, then I can make the women bus policy for the particular city. The same way the technological changes. So do you have any idea of mass mobility as a service system? So if you have the technological shift or technologies of any particular city, that makes more integration and more preferred to use the public transit system. So that means the technological changes will be indicating the behavioral changes. That behavioral changes indicating or resulting to the behavioral travel behavioral changes. So the people might be interested in the public policy. That's what actually we have already discussed that. The public policy is very important factor which makes the change in the activities or the kind of shift in the public transport system. So that means based on these cases are the kind of factors, there is the activity patterns will get changes, then that may impact in your transportation. So that are also indicating that the accessibility to the particular system will get changes. Why these changes? Suppose if I am taking the case of the technological changes, if I have a more mass, like the technological change as the mass, then I can know that what is the kind of integration, level of integration of different categories of the modes. Then that may indicate that okay, what mode I can use if I want to access as the land use pocket of my house or like residential to the land use pocket of my commercial or maybe any other category. So that might give the list of all the available modes, what is the time it will take, what is the amount it will take, everything. The trip length, the trip price and everything it will be given. So that makes the accessibility is more and more when you have the technological changes in the system. So obviously, so that may increases the land use of the different categories or parts of the land pocket of that particular city. So that means if you have more and more access, then there is more and more land use of the particular pocket of the land. That might increase even the land cost of those pockets. So then there is more demand to that particular land area. So then based on that, we can see that so if you have the average speeds and the accessibility if I'm taking together, so then I have more access, then obviously it is the comes under the categories of the collectoral and the local streets. So then the mostly used mode might be like the walking and the rickshaw. So that means we have the segregated case of this auto rickshaw or maybe any other categories of the power transit system. Then I have the highest categories of the speeds as the rail. But if it is not integrated together, what happens actually? People want to access your transit system as metro. So then the people will know that what is the time scheduling of the metro, but they don't have that integrated way of the scheduling patterns with respect to your auto rickshaw or any other categories of the modes. Then if it is integrated, so then we have the accessing of those modes will be increases. Then based on that, we have the more and more demand can be created with respect to your transit system. So that may give the more idea corresponding to the, let's see this figure. So now let us start with respect to if you have the more number of trips, then the more transportation needs of the particular mode will be increases. And the transportation facility, that particular categories of the facility will be increases. Then there will be more and more access, then the land value will increase, then the land use rate will increase. So this is the kind of circle can happen. So that means we have the land pocket which is not accessed earlier, but we have created a kind of infrastructure to access the land pocket. Then there is more access, then there is more land value, then obviously more number of trips will be generated to that particular land. So then based on that, we can segregate it into the two levels as the transport system and the land use. Let's see, start with respect to the land use cases. So then if you are increasing the accessibility to the each and every pocket of the land, so that land will be more and more attractive. And the location distance of the particular visitors or like the users will be increases. So that means earlier if I want to travel a corner of the pocket of the land, so then there is no mode is available, so then it is very difficult to access that particular land pocket. So then obviously it is discouraged to the user to access the land. but I have created it is more easily access to that particular land by creating of infrastructure, by integrating or by connecting of some categories of the modes, then obviously the location distance of the particular land is increased. So the location choice might depend on your land use cases and the integration of the land use, so making them more and more attractiveness. So then the construction activity of those land pockets will increases, then the location distance of the users will be increases, then the more and more people will move. Earlier everybody wants to settle at the center of the city. Now the people might shift to the outskirts of the city because it is more access and all the activities can be happen at the outskirts. So then there is more and more activities, then the power ownership of the people will increases, and the trip destinations respect to this category of the mode will increases, and the destination choices will be increases with respect to the specific to the personalized modes. Then the mode choice will be distinguished, or the mode choice will be separated. Then the different categories of the mode choice will be there. Then the lead on the roads will be increases. Then the finally to make create the demand on the different links and the demand for different modes. So that means that may create the different categories of the demands the mode as well as the different demands the routes are made like the network can take. Now based on that, actually, like if you have the more attractive land pockets and the more and more access to the land, so then what happens or what going to be expected here? So then the population, because we know that actually the urban population is growing very fast and fast. Almost 50% of the people are expected to live in the urban area as per the recent statistics by the UMATA. So then according to that, it is expected almost 35 to 40% of the people are expected to live in the urban areas. Then based on that, there is more and more population of the urban area is increasing, and the more and more scattering or maybe like the increasing of the urban form can be expected. So based on that, the increasing of the urban form can be resultant into the increasing of the trend. Now, if you see the Indian cities, mostly like Mumbai, of course, this data is corresponding to the 2011 census actually, but still it needs to be modified. Now it is reaches the 28 kilometers. So now if you look at the Hyderabad, it is stated here is the 15 at the 2011. So around 11, something around 11 kilometers. Now if you see, it is around 18 to 22 kilometers. The trip length of the average trip length of course, the average trip length by different categories of the modes will be different in general. If I am taking as the public transit mode, it is around 18 kilometers. So the same way, like if you see that these are all the type 2 cities can be expected maybe very close to the 2025, 2030, the trip length will be beyond 10 kilometers. So then, when the trip length is increasing beyond the 10 kilometers, it is expected there is a more and more need of your public transit system. With the increasing or the integrated public transit system will be necessary that to minimize there are diverse kind of negative impacts with respect to the moderations of the vehicles using of the commuters. So now, why it is happening actually? Like why the preference of the different categories of the modes will be increasing? If I am taking a kind of car, particularly the people even accessing in Hyderabad almost a 20 kilometer radius, because the most important factor will be your per capita income. Like even this is also according to the 2011 census. So then if you see that actually, so the per capita incomes of the cities in India, so the Delhi it is identified as 4.4 lakhs per annum, not per annum. Okay. So the average income levels of the people in the Delhi city, and the average income levels of the like the Telangana, it is almost stated as 3.09 lakhs. So then if you look at the average income levels are increasing, obviously it is increasing of the purchasing capability of the people, then the people will purchase more and more private modes, particularly like two-wheelers or maybe other categories of the maybe like the small cars in general. So then it might increase your growth of your private vehicles, then that might be damaging your urban area in general. So the increasing of the congestion or like the environmental damage, adverse effects. So then there are other more number of damages can be expected because of increasing of the private vehicles. So then if you see that actually, so this is also corresponding to 2011 census data. So as the number of vehicles per million, if you see this is the total number of vehicles. So then if you look at the two-wheelers, it is drastically has increased, almost is the exponential growth. So that means that actually the purchasing capability of the people in each city is increased drastically. So that means like if you see that it is the reverse trend, or maybe I can say maybe it is not reverse trend, maybe it is stabilized. The increasing of the buses is not seen in this figure actually, but the increasing of the two-wheeler and the car is very high. So that might understand that actually, okay, there is a kind of the required number of buses to operate a 1 lakh population is stabilized almost, or maybe it is not giving the total amount of the budget in such a way, but the total number of vehicles correspond to the increasing of the per capita income has increased. Which means that, so finally the resultant of the increasing of the private vehicles, so there is a lot of travel time has increased, then the fuel consumption has increased, then the congestion has increased. So there are so many negative adverse effects can be resultant of the increasing of the private or like motorized transport. Let's see that actually what can be done with this. Like if you see the vicious circle of the car and the public transport system, so like increased income levels, there is increasing of the car ownership or like the private transport mode can be expected. So there is a more and more congestion and the delays can be expected, and the less mileage for the bus, which might be indicating that if you are taking the average 1 lakh population, what is the mileage is traveled by the car, mileage traveled by two-wheeler, mileage traveled by bus. If I am comparing with that, so the bus mileage travel is less compared to the mileage is taken by two-wheeler and the car. So then the increasing of the bus operating cost, because if the more and more delays, so then there is a more fuel consumption can be expected easily. So that might be indicating that there is a more operating cost to the bus might increases. So there is an increasing of the fares because of the increasing of the operating cost in general. So then the car becomes even more attractive than the bus. So that is the final result of this average income levels, or maybe like the increasing of the private modes in general in the cities of million cities. So then it is also kind of reduced demand for the bus, and the reduced bus frequency can be expected. So if I want to break it, actually, what can I do, or what can I expect to do as the policy making? So if I want to break the circle, so there is an increasing of the income, there is increasing of the two-wheeler and bus, so two-wheeler and car. So then that might be indicating the operating cost of the bus, or maybe like operating cost of the bus might be increasing, expected to increase, then increasing of the fares can be handled. So if I want to break this circle, I want to make them motivate towards the public transportation. What can be done? Any idea or any guess? Okay, increasing of the bus.
Like don't reduce the frequency. Keep on bearing the loss of don't let the car become more
Congestion price policy can be implemented. Okay, congestion price policy. Parking policy very good form. Infrastructure to the public transportation can be expected to increase. Any other points? So you might be knowing the stories of the Singapore and London probably. So if you see that actually like the stories of the success stories of the Singapore generally, they have increased a lot of registration fees to the private vehicles and the parking charges. If you compare the parking charges of these countries of Singapore, particularly like London, the parking charges of India is very less. So if you don't have such kind of the policy making decision, the parking charges, controlling of the parking charges, then people are more attractive to the car. So I can make the break at the something as the negative to the car users, make them to okay. Good. If you want to travel by mandate to travel by car, okay, you can travel, but you need to pay for this. Okay, if you want to travel at the morning 9 to 10, okay, you need to pay extra 100 rupees using of the same link. At the congestion price, or at the destination choice, you can increase the parking charges. Then people might think at least one time, if they want to travel on the link, probably, or if they want to travel, or if they want to access to the destination choice. So why? Because I kept a parking charges at the destination choice, and I also kept a kind of congestion pricing policy on the link. And apart from that, I can make some kind of incentive what I'm getting from this price with respect to the car users. That price can be transformed to the public transport users make some kind of incentive with them. Okay, if you want to travel during the morning peak hours, okay, there is a reduced price of 50% probably, or like you can give some kind of free bus pass, or like they're using maybe like Western countries, if you see there is HOV lines, high occupancy vehicle lines. So you can make them, that is make the policy in such a way that to operate the infrastructure without touching off the much cost. So you have the 3 lanes, 1 lane can be given completely for the bus. Probably. So that way we can make the break of this circle. So that's the way it is the average income increment, then the higher car one shift model shift of the car that there happens. Then there is excess of the car demand, so that might be resulting of the congestion. So I can make them, so there is a one way of the breaking at the higher cost of the infrastructure supply. So that means I can make the one policy here to operate as the HOV lines. Then the lack of the public transport, I can make the one policy as the kind of incentive to the public transport. Then I can make the one policy here as the making of the different congestion price policies, or like kind of destination choice policies, price policies like that, maybe like parking charges. But ultimately, if you are not attempting these, there is an excess car demand that might be resulting of more congestion and higher energy consumption. There is a lot of environmental issues, or there is a kind of economy. The GDP can impact with respect to this increasing of the congestion. You might have seen the Forbes reports of the 2019. So then there is a loss of GDP because of the congestion in the cities like particularly like Bangalore, Pune. There are 4 cities in the top 10 or like top 10 cities in the entire world. There are 4 cities from India which has the highest congested cities. So there is a loss in the GDP because why it can be expected loss in the GDP? Because we are consuming of the fuel, so we are importing the fuel. So when you are importing the surcharge of the fuel charge, that makes more and more burden to the government. That makes the loss of the GDP. So that may impact in that like the economy way. So now if you look at that, so okay, with that, so there are some cities that are already operating the public transport system, but it is what is the effectiveness of these public transport system? We need to have understanding the different characteristics to be identified, to be studied, then to be evaluated. So, but these are the different kind of cities having the different categories of the public transport systems. Like if you have look at this, like suburban railway system, like we have a suburban railway system in Hyderabad, Mumbai, Pune, and the Delhi, and the Chennai. These are the major cities we have a suburban rail. And the metros, of course, recently there are different cities that are coming up with the preparing of the plans for the metros and the bus rapid transit system. Of course, it is not that success in India, apart from the Ahmedabad city, but mostly there is a kind of difficulties to make the improvement or maybe like the success rate of the BRTS in Indian cities actually. But there are different other categories of the transit system like monorail. Of course, it is also not that success, but it's still we have some length of the transit system as the monorail in Mumbai, and the tram still we have present in the tram in the Kolkata, some of the cities. So these are the mostly cities we have the public transit system. Like what we can understand here, what is the kind of the cost of these transit system in India? Mostly like if you look at that. The Mumbai, Delhi, it is the kind of 2.3 to 2.62. Of course, it is per kilometer with respect to the all the prices with respect to the dollars, not in the rupees. But if you look at that, the other cities of the world, like the Zurich and the Amsterdam, if you look at that, what is the trip cost of these public transit systems? But still, we have a very less cost compared to the major cities in the world. But still, the operating is not that success compared to the other categories of cities. So, like if you look at the cheapest is the Delhi, it is $0.22, but if you look at the Rotterdam, like Netherlands, 3.8, and then London is 7.5. So these are the costs, and these are the taxi costs with respect to the cities in India as well as the cities in the world. So 2.32 as the operating cost, as the $2.32 in the Mumbai, and the Zurich, if you look at the $46.26. So it is very, very higher than Indian cities. So of course, we have seen in the morning lecture also, like what is the modal share of the some of the major cities in India. Like if you see the two-wheelers, so almost So this is the study done in the rights by 2007 and the DIMS in the 2018. So the rights according to that 21.5% of two-wheeler and 28.3% two-wheeler. But if you look at the transit, so the 0.6% of the time the intercity and the taxi like 6.9. So if you look at the metro, 3.7% trips are carried by the metro and the 16.6 by the DIMS. In the bus, 23.6 and the 48.2. So these are the two different studies happened in the 2007 and the 18. So auto rickshaw also a very significant number of trips are carried. So 6.8 according to 2007 survey and 11.4 according to the 2018 BIM studies. So then the Mumbai, so like look at the numbers of the walking is 17% share, then the bus 15%, and the motorcycle 6, and the auto rickshaw is still at the 2% significant number, but look at the car 6%. But this number shows that very less number of trips carried by car, but still the cities are mostly congested most of the time in the entire day. Of course, and if I'm offing the non-commuting hours. So if I'm taking the commuting hours, morning line 8 to the up to 6 p.m. So mostly these cities like Mumbai, Delhi, Bangalore, Pune, everything will be get congested. But the number of trips started by the private modes much lesser compared to the public. Why? What happening? Why this congestion still it is there? Any question marks? Any point or any idea? See, number 3 is that actually 15% is carried by bus, but only 6% is carried by car. Of course, these are the rapid transit system mostly if I'm taking the metro and all. But in the bus, the occupancy rates if I'm taking as the at least a 30 capacity. But the car is the individual traveler. Okay, so that means if I'm replacing a 100 members as an individual traveler by car, so then the 100 cars are traveling, so that can be replaced by just how many? 3 buses. I'm not taking the full demand or like the full capacity bus, like the standing capacity, seating capacity, each and every point. But still, if I'm taking the seating capacity, that so 3 buses will be enough. So which means that it is because mostly it is not having the individual travelers making their own trip from one point to another point as a single travel by this category private bus. So like even if you look at the Hyderabad, so that IPT and taxi together is the 18% and the public transport is 31% and the cars is 9 and the two-wheeler is 42%. So according to the 2016, the Umata survey, that is Urban Metropolitan Transport Authority, Hyderabad Urban Metropolitan Transport Authority. So which means that still there is a significant number will be captured by public transport system. But still, if you see sometimes if you travel in Hyderabad, it is completely congested. Only there is a like 9% trips scattered by maybe probably the individual traveler of the car. Yes. So actually, when we are trying to look at the total number of trips scattered by the vehicles, so there is a 30 members are scattered by the bus. The total per trip by passengers by the bus is higher, but the per trip passenger by car, individual car, that is a single travel. So there is a more number of private vehicles or individual vehicles are increased actually compared to the total number of trips per person. So per person, obviously the transit is higher. So that's the reason the more number will be coming to the transit side compared to the private. So that is the major point actually we need to understand. So if you want to make them as a carpool, okay, the percent might increases, then the number of trips as the individual vehicles might tend reduce to some extent. So that's the reason. So mostly there is some kind of policies in Western countries as the carpooling, if they are altogether traveling in same land use or maybe like the same office probably. So there are some incentives when you are using a carpool, Like you can also occupy the high occupancy vehicle lanes properly. Something these kind of policies makes them, some of the vehicles can be reduced as single traveler vehicles. So now if you look at the urban passenger transport mode, like we have the classification by usage, like the private transport, that is the own usage, that is the individual categories modes. In the paratransit, still it is the demand response. So that means I can travel by maybe like kind of paratransit or like an auto rickshaw as the individual, but I can also travel by together. Okay, so that means maybe a shared system or something like that. In the transit, that is the common carrier in the mass transport system, and the public transport, that is the transit as the plus your paratransit system. So these can be categorized in terms of the right-of-way system. So we have the 4 different classes of the right-of-way in general. The strip of the land which can be for the corresponding specific transit vehicles operates, and the right-of-way C can be categorized as the mixed traffic case. That means a bus will be traveling together with respect to all the category of the vehicles, and the right-of-way with respect to physically separated. Maybe like kind of your bus rapid transit system probably. So that means it is physically separated, exclusive lane for the bus, or maybe like even tram. So exclusive track for the tram even, but it is traveling along with the other category of the modes. And the right-of-way fully controlled, which means maybe like your monorail, metro, or like new metro in some extent. All these categories will fully segregated probably. Maybe sometimes subway or like your grade separated transit systems. So what makes this actually right-of-way? So there is an equity issue section. Let us take the, at some point of time, you have the passengers of the 1,000 members. Okay. Now you pick the 1,000 members and try to understand that out of these 1,000, what are the categories of the modes? Like I have divided it out of 1,000. Let us assume that 500 catered by bus, which means traveled by bus. Remaining 500, then the shared by auto rickshaw, car, two-wheeler, maybe other categories. Then altogether, so 50% of the trips started by public transit, and the remaining 50% is started by the other categories of the mode. Now, put your infrastructure as the number of lanes. Like you have the 2 lanes one side, and you have the 2 lanes other side. Now, out of these 2 lanes, how many lanes you are dedicating for the transit system? Are you dedicating 50% of the lanes for the transit? You are not dedicating it. But 50% of the trips which are traveled at a point of time in a day, which is catered by or which is traveled by or using a public transit mode. But there is no equity when I am looking at the fund allocation time. There is no equity across the passengers. I am more biased towards the private mode. That might be the reason, probably, which indicating that there is a more and more congestion in many cities. Because there is the equity problems. As per the equity share, I have not allocated the lanes in such a fashion. So how many number of lanes will be required who are traveling by public transport? If I am looking at that point, then I need to look at that, okay, how many number of people are catered or will travel by walk. Then at least according to the Hyderabad, like 17% according to the Mumbai. So according to this, I need to have exclusive footpaths in the entire network of the city. But whether I have created such kind of the footpaths in the city, most probably when I am looking at that, so whenever the intersections are there, or whenever we have the grade separated junctions are there, suppose, then I don't bother about even pedestrians at all. That's the reason there is no equity at all in the distributions of the fund allocation of infrastructure as corresponding to the distributions of the modal shares, which makes the inequality in the transit systems or like entire transport mode system. That makes more impact when you are designing, when you are evaluating the systems, when you are looking for the performance of the systems. Okay, that makes that more like the misunderstanding between your requirement of the transit and the private modes. I am more biased when I am looking for the design even, or when I am going for the fund allocation for the private mode compared to my public transit mode, because the walk can be put together with respect to the transit system. Because everybody, when you step down at the bus stop, they need to access their walk. So then when I am looking for the evaluation, then I need to look at that very carefully. What is the right of way will be allocated for the each and every categories of the transit systems. that category for your public bus, or maybe like with respect to the transit system of the other categories. Then based on that, suppose if I am evaluating particularly for the BRTS, then I need to specifically look at that what is the right of way is required. Then how you have designed the right of way, whether it is close to the median lines or close to your maybe your sidewalk lines. So that is also very important. So that's the reason. So the right of way makes more impact with respect to the separation or segregation with respect to the other categories of the mode. Then the definition with respect to the technology sides, then it will be support with respect to the vertical contact between the vehicles and the riding surface, maybe like the road and rail, or like water, air, magnetic system, and the guidance, in the lateral vehicle guidance, that the speed and the guided vehicles, and the what categories of the propulsion system, type of heat transfer, that is a kind of energy transfer system like the diesel, gas, petrol, and the control, that is the regulation of the travel of the vehicles. So these are the different types of the technological improvement of the transport makes more impact in terms of the rideable quality. There are different kind of operational point of view. Of course, the next one is the service type. Then the types of the trips. Sometimes some of the transit modes will generally work out for very short categories of the trips, but some of the transit will be worked out for the higher like suppose if I am comparing the city buses versus the regional bus, mostly the regional bus will be the higher category in terms of the trip length compared to the short length of the city bus. And the stopping schedules in the local and accelerated express categories in the time of operation, regular, all of the day, service commuter, peak hour services, special and irregular services. So these are all like service types. So why we are discussing all these points? When you are evaluating a system, I need to understand what categories or like factors or characteristics of the system to be considered into account to understand, to evaluate the performance of the transit system. So then the other categories like the vehicle components, vehicle type, then the city capacity. Suppose if you want to evaluate what is the total amount of the demand, like the per cap PPHD, per hour per year per capita demand of the particular bus. So like if you want to look at that, so I need to understand what is the vehicle type, what is the seat position capacity, what is the standing position capacity, and what is the base of these travels, and what is the right of way, and number of stops, and the stations category, and the transport stations, and the multimodal transport stations, and the control system. So these are the different types of the characteristics of the transport mode to be accounted or to be taken into account. Of course, then the transit system characteristics specifically with respect to the category A. So then I need to understand the service frequency, that is the number of transit departures per hour. So obviously, when you want to evaluate the transit system, that is what is the frequency of operation of the public bus, or the frequency of operation of the general metro systems. Then the operating speed, so that is the speed of travel experienced by passengers. Then the reliability, of course, we have the different variables or factors to be accounted in the reliability. That is the percentage of the vehicle arrival with the less than a fixed time duration in terms of the time reliability, or in the reliability in the operation with respect to without any breakdowns, in the reliability in terms of operation with respect to the driver characteristics even. So there are different kind of categories can be considered to the account of the reliability, and the safety number of accidents per million kilometer for each category or type of transit, and the line capacity, maximum number of persons a transit system can carry past with respect to a duration of the 1 hour case. Of course, then the product capacity, product of operating speed and the capacities of the line. So if you have the speed, then if you have the capacity of the line, then you multiply together, then you will get the capacity as the product capacity. So what this makes sense, that explain these factors, why we important, why the product capacity is important. So if you are not bothering about the product capacity, what else? Because we know the demand of the transit system. I know that in a city like Hyderabad, how many people are demanded to the bus at a particular time of a particular day. Let us assume on Monday, I know the entire travel demand model of a city like Hyderabad. I know each and every commuter, maybe I predicted probably commuter travel demand of the cities like Hyderabad. Then I know that how these people are actually moving and where these people are actually moving and what time of the day and where the location of the pocket of the land. terms of land use. So based on that, I know what is the demand for the bus. Then based on that, I can easily estimate how many number of buses can be operated according to this demand. Then based on that, I can easily know that what is the frequency, then what is the operating speed. So if I design with respect to the maybe 30 kilometers per hour, or it is maybe like higher side, 25 kilometers per hour, then based on that, what is the total number of people can be operated if I am taking a specific time of the day. So if I am taking actual design, like let us assume the 30 kilometers I have taken as the when I am calculating, then I know that maybe like 50 members per bus. Then if I multiply, these many number of people will be transported. But in the reality, so then because of the congestion, it might be traveling at the 15 kilometers per hour. Then the people, because of congestion, the people might be interested to shift to the private modes or like the auto rickshaw. Then instead of 50, then there is a drop of 15. Then I have only 35, maybe 30. Then if I am multiplying that, then the capacity has reduced. Then my total operating cost will be increased because I have designed in such a way for 100 members, so 50 members with a speed of 25, then more number of people to be transported. Then that much amount of the ticket pricing I am expecting. Because of the drop, I am expecting 30 into as the ticketing price at a specific time, I may get this much amount. So there is the excess amount. Who will give that excess amount? Because of the reason, there is a kind of increasing of the operating cost of the bus or maybe any kind of transport system in general. So that's the reason my product capacity and the productivity in terms of the quality of the output per unit of the resource, that is a vehicle kilometer, is very, very important to understand how to minimize the operating cost of the bus or maybe operating cost of the transit system in general. Then finally we have the utilization, that is the ratio of the output, that is the person kilometer. I can also understand that according to the wages or according to the maybe like I can put the average income levels of the people who are actually using the bus. Then according to that, what is the per person kilometer per space per space kilometer. So that means if I am taking a kind of residential middle income group of people area, residential area, then what is the ratio of the people are using the bus or transit system? That can also be estimated the utilization factor of each and every land pocket corresponding to the different per capita income levels. That makes that okay, who are actually interested to use the transit system in the city. So that might be giving very, very easy way to understand that okay, where I need to focus to increase the demand for the transit system. That's the way I'm very much interested in the productivity and the utilization factors to understand what kind of the policy makes the impact to increase the demand for the transit system. So then the other, so obviously, until unless if you don't have the proper level of service and the service quality in terms of the comfortable seat or like the comfortable journey or the safety, security, or the reliability, other factors, is very, very difficult to operate a transit system in any city. So that's the reason the other factors are these very, very important to understand it. So then this transport system evaluation can be taken into the account. So how many people are actually tackled by what to access to the transit, like the private automobiles to the transit and the common carrier services and the other kind of the increasing of the network system as the construction of the subarterial categories and increasing in terms of the para transit together with the bus transit and the partial separations of the mode. And there are different ways to understand this kind of evaluation of the transit system. These are the major important factors to be considered. So then, other than that, we have also vehicle characteristics and the motion, then the resistance to the motion, propulsion types, and the travel analysis and the energy consumption. So out of these, actually the travel analysis, that is what is the trip length of the different categories of the transit system, what is the average trip rates, and what is the price of the trips corresponding to the average trips will be important to understand that what is the change of travel patterns of the particular city when you are making any kind of policy decisions on the transit system. So apart from that, the energy consumption, so then the propulsions, like suppose if I want to make that my public transportation in my city, like maybe like Hyderabad, if I'm taking the example, more sustainable way of operating of the transit system, then I need to understand at present how many number of buses are operating by the fuel, then how many number of buses can be converted as the electrical vehicles probably. So then I can make that, okay, the difference of the consumptions of the energy and the differences of the production in terms of the pollution, that makes that, okay, this is the kind of energy conversion from the fuel to the battery electric vehicle operation system, then this is the total amount of the saving of the pollution. So now if I'm coming, so the bus transit mode, so that is the more general way of the transit system to understand in any city in general. So that general characteristics of the bus will be the flexibility, the low initial cost, and the limited capacity. So everybody knows that the capacity of the bus generally as the seating is the 35 to 38 at max. So then the standing, including that, it may go up to the 50, 55, not more than that in general. The vehicle characteristic, that is the operation cost of the bus, then the line capacity, vehicle maneuverability, riding comfort. So sometimes the maneuverability and the vehicle maneuverability and the riding comfort is very, very important factor when you want to convert some of the buses to add the articulated buses, something like that, to increase the capacity, the line capacity. So it is very difficult until unless your infrastructure is not supporting, it is very difficult to convert them into the articulated bus or maybe any other kind of increasing of the demand or increasing of the capacity. And we have the different types of the buses in general. Everybody knows that we have the mini bus, standard bus, articulated bus, and we have double. So almost all the category of the buses you can see in the Hyderabad. Is it correct? We have the mini buses in Hyderabad. And we have the standard bus, but we don't have articulated bus, but we have the double decker. Still in the old city, the double decker bus is still in operation. And the operations in the mixed traffic, of course, buses still operated in the mixed traffic case. I don't think we have any kind of BRTS system in the Hyderabad, but still some of the cities like Vijayawada, they plan, but it still is not in operation fully, or maybe not even partially, but still the same case in the Vizag. But it is successfully running in the Ahmedabad state. And the preferential treatments, what it means of the preferential treatment. So some priority system can be given, maybe like the priority in terms of the lanes, maybe not even exclusive lanes. Probably whenever we have the kind of junctions, we can provide a kind of occupation lanes for the bus. Or else the preferential treatment can also be treated as exclusive signal system for the bus. Or you can provide whenever the buses are arriving at the junction, provide free green to the bus. These are the called as the preferential treatment, which makes the public to attract towards the transit system in general. Of course, the service quality is always an important factor. So now, what you will understand with these factors are characteristics of the bus. Whenever you want to study or make any kind of study relevant to the bus, so these factors to be taken into account. So these are very, very generic factors. Of course, apart from these factors, we need to be considered the other factors like behavioral of the people. You need to survey them. Okay, so what is the reason to use the bus? Where you are traveling by bus? How frequently you travel by bus? What makes motivate to travel by bus? Something like these kind of the questions are like the before and after studies can be make the understanding why the public is accessing the bus transit system in them. So operation in mixed traffic, like bus operation in the urban state require the least investment. The average speeds of the buses are lower than the other categories of the modes, and the equal treatment of the transit and other vehicles is illogical. So that means we can't make them is the equal way of the operations of the bus or other categories of the modes, in specific to the car and bus. So purpose of the transportation is move to the people and the goods, not the just vehicles. You can't create a kind of infrastructure just to operate a only number of vehicles passing of the cost. So that means I need to look at that when I'm creating or when I'm investing a decisions in terms of creating a new infrastructure system, then I need to look at that how many people will be traveled, not the cost. We should not design generally the system for the number of cars or vehicles. We should be designed in such a way, either in terms of the tons per mileage, or you can also look at the number of people per kilometer. So this leads the preferential treatment. So that makes that more preferential treatment for the transit system. So that means, okay, you need to put the more amount of the fund allocation for the public transit system than the private modes. So then of course the service qualities. So these are some of the preferential treatments. So reserved bus lanes. We can see at the junctions mostly these kind of the categories of the reserved bus lanes. So there is a diversions of the bus lanes at the junctions. So where all the buses are there because it is queued up generally. So the bus can be stopped at all the maybe 10-20 vehicles of the cars are there. Behind of that the bus has to be stopped. If you are treating as a treatment lane, so the bus can be diverted, can be stopped at the beginning of the signal system. So that is the reserved bus lanes and the exclusive bus lanes are maybe like exclusive signal phases can be treated as the preferential treatment in general. So these are some of the preferential treatment, exclusive signal phases, automatic signal phases, and high occupancy vehicle lanes and the exclusive lanes for the buses. And the service quality and the reliability in terms of the frequency and the scheduling and the riding comfort, safety, and the area coverage in terms of the route kilometer per kilometer square area. So that means if you are taking entire network of the city, then how much amount of the route in kilometer it is covering by different transit, so specifically the bus probably. So that makes that what is the total amount of the route kilometer covered by your transit system as bus. Then according to that the average trip length will be increases, then the demand of the bus will be increases, then the frequency of the operation will be increases, and the lane capacity or the line capacity with respect to the bus frequency will be increased. So that makes more impact in terms of the different increasing of the demands to the bus transit. So come to the rail transit characteristics. So like we have the different types of the rail transit modes. So this classification broadly takes into the account of the right of way, number of cars, and the power pickups, and the vehicle control, magnetic speed, and technologies like the speed car systems we have. So it is earlier not generally known. So then the light rail LRT system, then the rapid rail transit system like the metro, and we have still neo metro, then the regional rails, and the mono rail, and the skybus. So of course we don't have still the skybus and the street car, but of course all the different categories of the already present on the operational. So still neo metro still to come of the type 2 cities, some of the type 2 cities which are planned actually. Of course the Warangal also planned. Means the survey is already completed in the 2014. The draft is already prepared, but still on the paper. So we also discussed that where the neo metro will be suitable with its categories of the cities. And the qualitative performance of the attributes and the transit lane capacity, way capacity, and the station capacity. So these are some of the factors. So you can see that actually, so there is a little difference between when you are evaluating of the bus versus the metro. So these are some of the factors in terms of the capacity to be taken into account for the particularly like the rapid transit system like rail. And the qualitative performance attributes like the basic attributes like the speed, density, frequency, and the work, number of objects transported and the distance, and the productive capacity, product with respect to the capacity and operation speeds, and the efficiency ratio that is the output produced and the resource consumed, and the consumption rate that the resource needed and the output produced. So these are the different types of the qualitative performance attributes in terms of the capacity to be taken. Like the frequency, like the per 3600, like the per, if I'm taking the total 3600 divided by hour, so then how many number of vehicles to be operated, then the maximum frequency can be taken 3600 divided by max. So then the lane capacity that can be given as the your F max into the n into the PV, that is the corresponding to the number of passengers to be carried, that is respect to the vehicle capacity. If I'm taking a kind of neo metro, which will be like kind of articulated bus, which will be taking generally 70 to 80 capacity in general. So then the n will be the kind of number of units to be attached to the your system, and what is the headway between the two vehicles at the stations, and the HW is the way headway corresponding to the categories of the vehicles. So then according to that we can easily estimate the total capacity, sitting and the factors affecting of that, the dimensions of the vehicles and the usable area, comfort stand. So how many people can comfortably stand? So then the seat and the standing ratios is also very important. But if you look at the comfort stands, is not applicable in some of the cases like cities like Mumbai. So can you know? You have any idea like what is the standing capacity of the suburban train in the Mumbai? generally when I teach this UG course, I generally ask this question. So what is the standing capacity of the suburban train? Can you expect before maybe like 1995 what is the standing capacity at the time? And currently what is it? Okay, so I'm taking a square meter area. How many people comfortably can stand? 1 square meter area. 4 members, comfortably 4 members can stand. So, but currently there are per square meter area almost it is 68 members. Currently. In 1995 around, so before 2000 actually, so it is almost 14 persons per square meter area. The suburban time of the Mumbai. Just imagine. So if you standing a 14 members in the 1 square meter area, so you don't need to catch any holding of the rails. So you can stand on the area. So that is the way generally it is operated. So of course, based on these capacity values, actually, they have understood that the line capacity has to be increased. So that's the reason they have divided into the two categories of suburban train. That is the fast rail system and the slow track system. And apart from that, they have also increased the headway. So earlier it is 5 minutes, now it is the 2 minutes operation with respect to the slow moving, and the 5 minutes with respect to the high capacity, like the fast suburban trains. Then they have also increased the almost 8 cars to the 12 car system. So there is a way to understand, the way to increase the capacity or maybe increase the comfort to the standing comfort to the passengers. Any questions? So then this is the way generally the brake capacity will be understood, that the factors affecting of the brake capacity, that is the distance between the vehicles, then the speed, the brake rate. So sometimes this brake rate is also impact more number of brakes or like more number of stops may create that there is a discomfort to the passengers. They may just may get irritated if there are more number of stops. That's the reason. So people, if you want to travel with respect to the fast moving track, fast moving line, so it may be stopping at the very few stations, like the Dadar and the Karjat. There are very few stations, like almost 6 stations. But if you want to go with the slow moving lane, so it may stopping almost 12 to 14 minutes in the Mumbai suburban line. So the vehicle control gateway, that is the manual or like the visual operations and operation safety regimes, like the braking regime. So this braking regime also creating the what is the number of jerks can be happen specific to the different categories of the vehicle when you're looking for the transit, like the mass transit systems. Then the station capacity. So mostly the station capacity, if you look at the stopping side distance, like what is the headway between the vehicles, the station spacing, acceleration, the block length, the relation between the consecutive vehicles. The block length, these are important when you are looking for the kind of rapid transit system like metros. So then the relation between the consecutive vehicles, like what is the headway between the two vehicles when you are looking when you are operating with respect to the when you are going for the higher capacity, passenger capacity. So this is the general comparison between the BRT, metro, and the light rail and the electrical coaches of the metro new case actually. Of course, if you look at that, so the most important factor to be understand. So when you are going for the kind of the light rail transit to the mass transit system, or maybe like metro to the light rail, or with respect to the new metro. So we need to understand what is the PHPDD, that is the per hour per direction, what is the total number of people are carrying. So now if you see the metro, almost it is the 20,000 people is carrying, then the light rail 13,000, and the new metro 10,000, still the BRTS the 5,000. But according to the Bogota, so the number is much higher, is almost closer to the rapid transit system. So the passenger capacity for the bus, the 80 to 90, for the capacity of each car is the 400 for the MRT, and the light rail is the 310 capacity for the 250 for the new metro. So the length will be almost 12 meters typically. The length of the car for the metro is 21 meters. The length of the LRT is the 40 feet. Of course, these will be also important when you are looking for the what is the total amount of the budget allocations when you are going to design or proposing of these categories of the transit. So according to that, so most of these type 2 or type 3 cities are required this kind of metro neo than general rapid transit system and the metro. So which is also mostly the close to the demand will be coming up, or maybe requirement of the per hour per direction per capita per hour per direction of the passenger capacity, carrying capacity is almost closer as like your general MRT system corresponding to your metro near system. So of course it is the double, it is the half of the MRT system. So then we have the other categories of the paratransit system, or generally we have the kind of informal public transport system like the. So when you are looking for these kind of the informal public transport system, so we need to understand what is the capacity of these informal public transport system in general. So then what is the kind of the comfort levels and the safety accessibility. So if I am taking as the upper, what is the capacity in general? It should not be more than 3 members, but it is sharing. So mostly 5 members also they are carrying, but generally it is the 3 members. So if I am taking the Ola Uber, still shared basis. So mostly they will allow even the Ola Uber also 3 members. But if I'm booking my own, so then I can go either individual or else I can go 4 members max. So then you can go in by taxi system. So then that max members not now. So then it may indicate that actually these modes are more important when compared to the general categories of the public transit system in terms of their accessibility. So these modes are more and more accessible compared to the general public transport system. So then based on the accessibility, more people are interested to travel by these categories of either informal transit systems or like the paratransit system in India. So mostly these modes are used to access to the transit system in general. So or else direct destination choice even to some extent. But mostly if you look at that, so there are some studies, even we have done some study with respect to our PG student, whether these transit system will be compatible or maybe like the compatible or maybe in terms of competitive or whether it is competitive to the public transit or competing with respect to the public transit. Is it competing? Competing modes? When it will be compete? Okay, when people are shifting and they are choosing as their destination choice directly with respect to these transit modes or informal transit modes, then these are the compete modes. But when it is complementary, when they are using as the first and mode, like first and last mile connectivity as the access modes particularly. So when I'm looking at what point of these modes will be coming as the access modes, then if it is the access mode, like what kind of the system or the policy they are in this. So if you identify that point, then you can easily evaluate that. So whether it is the mode as the complementary mode or competing with respect to the public transit system in many of the cities in India. Mostly there are some kind of understanding that the people are at some point of the time these modes are very complementary modes. At some point of the time these modes are very competitive modes to the public transit. So the competence will be involved when you are looking in terms of the time of the day of the trip. So and what category of the or purpose of the trip. So these two important factors are the travel characteristics of the public will understand that these informal transit can be competing with the public transit or making them as a complement. If I am taking this same mode as at the maybe hard times at the 9:30 or 10 p.m. where there is no kind of public transport system, then these are the complementary modes. So this point, when you are trying to understand as your objective of the study, probably to understand or to evaluate the informal transit can compete or complement it to the public transit, then you should include as the one of the important factor as the time of the day of the trip. If you are not considering that factor, then if you are evaluating, then there is no use. So that's the reason. So when you are looking for any specific related to the study, so then what kind of the data, relevant data to be collected. So that's the way. Then of course there are some safety issues with respect to these categories of the modes. So that is also important factor to be considered. So then of course then we need to understand the integration of these different transport modes. that is the route network coordinations and the easy to use intermodal transit sites, and the scale up through the tickets and the intermodals, and the use of one service to feed another service, avoidance of the duplication by parallel services, and the use of advanced information and the communication service to allow the faster decisions in the plan. So all these can be put into one platform, that is the your MaaS, mobility as a service. So the mobility as a service as integrated way of connecting of the different transit modes, including of your informal transit modes, by understanding the scheduling patterns and the ticketing price and the availability of these modes at the different parts of the destination choices, and understanding at the different categories in terms of the time travel time of these modes, what is the total trip cost of these modes, integrated modes, will be giving some kind of single kind of the communication service system as a MaaS will be enabled to how it can be integrated together, or how we can make them integrated and use the better way of the transit system. And also, when you are doing that, the fare structure is very important. So, okay, the total trip cost might be given by based on this MaaS, but how this trip cost will be segregated when you are disposing to the different stakeholders, because you have operating of the public transit one side and you have the operator of the informal transit. So how you are making them to distinguish your total trip cost. So then the all modes and the whole area of collection outside of the system, and the information system, the vehicle to the way communication and the automatic vehicle locations, and the real-time information and the proper information on the system. So that is automatic public transit availability at the different stops respect to the time. So day of the time is very, very important respect to the full communication system to the transit. Do you have any questions? So then the transit system and the destination choices are the station areas, the preferential treatment of the high occupancy vehicle lanes with respect to the bus lanes and the signal free the automatic time prediction systems, and the delays are like the speeds prediction. There are different kind of the ICT service will be required, and there are the mobility patterns of these different categories of the modes to be predicted, and these can be supplied to the devices and the users and the cooperation system between different stakeholders and the public authorities. So then finally, who is going to be operated after integrating of these categories of the modes? So then, to guarantee the city-wide mobility for the growing of the number of people or the more and more demands, so then corresponding to the supply of the exclusive means of travel, the high density areas corresponding to the where the cars are, or where the car-oriented cities or car-oriented areas are there, that need to be focused as the transit-oriented cases. So to complement the services rendered by these automobile on the trips that require to the both methods, and to provide the local extensions of the intercity and the global public transportation networks, and help them create the more satisfying and the manageable and the pollution-free and the sustainable urban environment is the one of the main target as the integrated way of public transit systems. So once you are integrating, so then obviously it can be expected the interaction of the transport network in terms of the all the available regional or like the network entire networks of the transit system and the land use cases and the accessibility case and the safety of the different transit modes and the network management and the performance of the transit system, affordability of the transit system can be understand, the value for the money can be understand, then the urban design and the urban interactions of the structure can be estimated, and the demand management of the transit versus the different other categories of the modes can be estimated. At the end, we need to understand what is the behavioral pattern change of the transit mode versus the private mode can be explored. So then there is the different categories of the integration. So there is a way of integration with respect to physical integration. We have the intermodal terminal integration. That means the terminal alone has integrated, but we have not integrated completely with respect to modes because okay, there is the station. So there is the station we can easily integrate. So there are two different categories of the modes may travel. So then if you want to use change of the modes, so that is the possible station problem. So that's the way integrated as a station area. In the transit shelters, so there are some stops can be integrated some extent. And the network integration, that is the coordinated routing and the schedule. So mostly, so we don't have as the coordinated routing systems like you can integrate them coordinated way. Okay, this is the network route is available for the transit at some point of the time. So that means, so sometimes you can off the particular route network at some category of the modes you mentioned. And the rationalization of the redundant services, so that means you can make them, some services can be completely off and or maybe some direction can be off even. So then the information about the integration, so that means the integration in terms of the arrival patterns of the different modes and the fare integration. So sometimes you can make them as a single fare structure for the all the integrated transit modes together. So mostly these platforms may look like this actually. So of course, the Kochi has already introduced this kind of a platform. So if you want to travel as an integrated multimodal transport system, so then you have the app in the city of the Kochi. So then you can make them use the what are the different types of the modes that are available. You can just give your origin point and your destination point. So then you can keep all the options together. So that is the way the journey planning you can make them. So then the announcements of the stops, so then the number of stops will be there when you are keeping your origin point and destination point. Then the information on the transfers, so then you can also look at that how many number of transfers will be required according to your origin point and the destination point. And the city information, then other categories of the information which will be required. So then finally it is a real-time information system at your hand. So this is all about the summary. So that means we are trying to understand when you are looking at the evolution of the public transport system, then we are interested at the different factors to be considered in terms of the characteristics of the transit systems or the different categories of the modes. So then we have the different characteristics of the public transit. So based on these characteristics, so we need to understand what characteristics to be considered when you are part of your evolution of the transit system. And the various categories of the public transit in the urban area. So we already discussed about the different types and the categories of the public transport systems and how it can be integrated. So then once you have integrated, what kind of the advantages can be taken into account even. So these are some of the points we have discussed in this. So if you have any specific questions, then we will discuss. So when we have the accessibility more and more, let us assume that we have the walk generally, or maybe like the very basic paratransit. So we can have more and more easily access. But when you convergent in terms of their network system or in terms of the infrastructure system, so then we need to have it integrated together, or maybe like we need to consider together as the walk and the public transit. Let us keep the, so you want to make them access to the public transit. Then I have created a walk infrastructure first. Then it is converged actually. So that means you know when you are having or when you are building a infrastructure to the your public transit system, then I need to make considerations of the walk together with the public transit. If you are not considering, again it will be get failed in terms of accessing by walk. Because until unless if you don't have the infrastructure of the walk as the access mode, so your demand of the transit system cannot be increased. So that means you want to make them more and more high transit usage, then I need to make them considered together when I am building a new infrastructure or cargo. That is the way it is converging at the point of time. That's the integration. So you need to understand it. This more and more walk infrastructure to be created, and it should be integrated with respect to more and more transit corridors. So then it will be more and more making them using of the high in terms of your transit use. So when you are looking the operating of transit, so I need to understand how many persons per kilometer it is making to transport. At the same time, how much amount of the network I have created as space. I have a city area. So in the city area, if I am taking the transit system as a corridor, then I need to look at that what is the total amount of the kilometer of the space I have created, and corresponding to that, how many number of persons I am making them to carry. Per kilometer distance.
The denominator is city area.
City area.
Side area, whatever.
Length of network per
Yes. Because sometimes what happens actually, why this is important, even if you create a corridor as a public transit, but you have not studied in such a way that how many people are demanded to as a destination choice of the particular pocket of land. But you have the network, you have operating a public transit, but the person's kilometer is almost a zero. But you have the space in kilometer, but there is no use of it. That's the reason the productivity is not increasing.
first time at double data. You said some of the speed and more big operations of double data.
There are more.
What are the challenges in double data? Although they add more capacity to the operation, right? So one bus can add more capacity as compared to your transmission. So you don't see the growth. So what are the challenges?
Means I don't have much complete idea, but this is my opinion probably. So there is a challenges to access of this double decker. Even the capacity is more, I agree with that. But accessing of the double decker to the specific to the some category of the people, like the gender or maybe like categories of the case, is much difficulty than the general bus. So that's the reason people they don't want until unless as the recreational trip, the people are interested to travel in the double decker bus compared to the traveling by traveling for commuting trips. Because you are hurry. So let us assume that you are traveling a double decker bus. So you are hurry in the office to go to office. So you are in the top. So are you expecting that to reaching to the outside or getting out from the bus will take more time than the general bus? And why you are interested to travel by double decker bus? That's the reason. Very simple reason. But hopefully it might be.
Volume getting them down from the top level to bottom will be hard. That will already congested in national buses. Getting down itself is hard in high volume. And I think the weight of the bus also. Right? The
Operation cost.
Operation cost. Unless. Yeah.
But there are global cities, as an example, who also
So in London they do it, but they're not covering fast moving road. routes, right? They're covering routes where everybody is, like I said, recreational minded and they don't mind waiting 3 minutes to get down. You imagine, like, you're in Bombay and you try that, they'll push 5 people out before they get down, right? So that's a challenge.
Bombay also is there. Marine drive line, they are operating. Any questions from anyone?
Station capacity. So how does site distance come into the picture?
Actually, some stations, let us assume, in very basic, general, when you are designing a transit system or maybe operating a transit system in countries like in India, so mostly the transit stop will be located after the junction or before the junction. There are two important points to be considered when you are locating a after junction, signalized junction. So then the way is, so the bus will be to be stopped till get down to the green, then again it is stopped. So there are two stops. So apart from that, the side distances, because at the junction mostly it is congested, so then there is a improper side distance is available, and this bus will be stopped at the middle of the road. Or because of that reason, sometimes this bus cannot be stopped at the stop and it will be late. So then improper side distance makes that, that's the reason. So sometimes we have the bus bays. They generally create a bus bay to make them more stopping side distance. So that makes that the capacity will be increased because the drivers are flexible to stop at the bus bays. Yeah, mostly bus transit. It is done, I don't know, for the metro. I guess there is a one book I have taken from this side and some of these texts from the one of the public transportation in developing countries by Sharma and he is from the our army. He is from the I am Bangalore actually.
How would you differentiate both of them? Are they part of a bigger umbrella, or they can be differentiated?
So that's the reason when you are taking this Ola Uber as the ride-hail services as the individual hiring of the vehicle, it cannot be treated at some point of the time. It cannot be treated as the informal or like the paratransit system or under the umbrella of the paratransit system. But the same Ola Uber will be ready to share the trip with respect to the others, can be treated as a paratransit system because it is the demand-driven vehicles. If it is hiring as an individual person is traveling as a single vehicle, cannot. But at the same time, the time of the day of the trip is also one of the important factors when we are considering or evaluating of this kind of Ola system or like network transportation activities.
Talk about competition between shared mobility and can you shed some light on how we are going to identify or control the competition? What are your thoughts on controlling that competition?
Competing with the public transport. Generally, when you are trying to integrate them with the public transit, like let us assume that the Kochi has introduced this mass as the kind of mobility as a service. In that mass, if you open it actually, so then there is an integrated way of operating specifically the bike taxi system. So when you open it, so then you will get the option. Like if you want to travel from your origin to the destination, then it may also show that the yellow bike, I guess that name is yellow bike something. So then it may also show that, so this is the travel time by using of your paratransit or maybe like the informal transit system to the integrated with respect to your other categories of the metro or other categories of transit system. So when you are doing in such a way that it is already integrated, so then it is the complementary mode at that time. But when you're treating as the loan, so like if your people has increased the demand towards to this network service vehicles are like the follow over. So generally the individual demands always it is the kind of not complementary, it is the competing case. Because we need to have some kind of policy in such a way to make them to control. Like if you want to travel by follow over, still you have to pay that particular trip cost along with the trip cost, other charges, maybe like parking charges or maybe any other kind of congestion pricing policies. So something like that, if you are implementing, then obviously the people will be discouraged to use this kind of the overall
negative incentive.
yes, kind of negative incentives. Yeah, very good. Thank you. Any other questions? So it is already 4:10, so we'll make the
outcome of all the opportunities and challenges with the public transport system in India. So what I want to do now is we have only a few minutes, so I want to lay out the plan for how we want to handle the case studies and tutorial a little bit. So basically, what I did is I compiled several case papers on public transportation. They look at different empirical and methodological issues. So some of these again will become evident as we go through. So I'll explain some of these, and then you can read some of these papers. So what we'll do is we'll decide based on the enrollment. We want to have one senior student, so PhD or a scholar, and then masters and bachelor students as teams. So we will create teams, and each team should look at about 2 papers. Okay, so students will. We will decide those by tomorrow, and then we can work during the week. You can look at those and you can ask us any questions at any time you have. And what you will do is you'll prepare probably a 10-15 minute presentation just explaining those 2 papers. So that way everybody will get exposed to all those 15 papers which are relevant in the public transport. Okay. I created a list of papers. I don't want to provide the PDFs again. There are I think all of you can access these on NIT website. So clear citations are provided here. So all of this is available. The 14 papers are available. I created the website. So if you go to my website, go to courses. You just type my name, TEMG. It should come up. This website should come up. NIT Warangal course is here. If you don't want to, you can just do this, and then this should pop up. Everything, the slides that we talked today are there. What I'll talk tomorrow also are there. Case studies presentations is here. So you can look at the citation and download the papers on your own from NIT Warangal website. If you have any challenges, let me know. I don't want to upload all the PDFs of the papers. I don't want Elsevier on me. So and also I uploaded all the R codes that we'll start using. So if you have time, you want to look at them, take a look, download and take a look at those. These are just basic courses, but I'll talk about these tomorrow in class. So tomorrow's tutorial, we're thinking of doing, if all of you can have access to computers, we can do it here, or we can go to the lab. I'm working that out with so if you have your laptops handy in the afternoon, it might be better for some of you. It's up to you. Yes. And today, I and Dr. Agram will decide on the teams and probably convey message, pass that along to you tomorrow. Any questions? Okay. So make sure that you have access to the website and then you can download everything from there. So everything I present, I'll upload right away. I already uploaded today's morning class and we stopped in the middle. The case study I'll talk tomorrow and then talk about public transportation. Okay. So yeah. If you don't have the link handy, you can search for my name and go to the website and it's in courses. It's in courses, scroll down, it's there in courses. You don't even have to remember the link. Okay. So today is the first day, so we'll probably finishing about 10 minutes early. So we'll stop here and tomorrow we'll get started again from the case study that I stopped in the middle. Okay. Thank you folks.